Good morning and welcome to CMMC Con 2021. I'm Eric Noonan, CEO of Cybersheet Services International. Thrilled to welcome those of you who were here last year back to our second event. And for those who are new, we welcome you with open arms. I want to first start by saying thank you to our platinum sponsor, Microsoft, who's been a great partner with Cybersheet for a long time now. They helped make a lot of this possible today. So thanks again to Microsoft and all your support to the defense industrial base, the Department of Defense, and your help in putting on this event. We've got a great slate of content for you today. The idea here today and what we wanted to accomplish was to give you something to take back to your organization to help make you more secure, more compliant. It's that simple. That's what we wanted to accomplish. If you find something here that's useful and furthers you in your journey to compliance and better cybersecurity within your business, mission accomplished from our perspective. So speaking of content, we've got a lot here for you today. We've got a keynote session with the CEO and chairman of Tenable. We've got a session with a former GSA executive talking about the evolving scope of CMMC and perhaps where CMMC might end up in other parts of the federal government. And then, of course, we have a wonderful session with the PTAC. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the PTAC, it's the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. There's usually many within each state, actually. And you can find them just by a simple Google search, but they're organizations that have a tremendous amount of resources to help companies do business with the federal government. So they do a lot of different things, but clearly with CMMC being a requirement that stands in the way of revenue for defense industrial base contractors, PTAC has a mission there. So we've got a great session with the PTAC group today, a live Q&A as well after that session. So we think we've put together a tremendous slate of content, again, with the goal of helping you be more secure and more compliant. And if we did that, we did our job. So please enjoy the day today. Thank you so much for taking your time out of your schedule and to spend it with us today. And I hope you get exactly what you were looking for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. It's now my pleasure to introduce entrepreneur and cyber expert Amit Yaran. He's the chairman and chief executive officer of Tenable. Before that, Amit was president of the RSA, the founder and CEO for the market-leading network forensic product provider NetWitness, and the founding director of the United States Computer Emergency Readiness Team program in the Department of Homeland Security. Amit has tackled the cybersecurity challenge from every possible angle over the last 2 decades. That's both inside and outside of government. His perspective on CMMC and cybersecurity is sought out across the globe, so we're very fortunate to have him here today. You've likely seen Amit on CNBC, Bloomberg, and many other national media outlets. Today, we'll listen in on a conversation with Amit and Cybersheath CEO Eric Noonan. Cybersheath is recognized as the leading managed CMMC compliance company. The company's experience stretches all the way back to 2008. That's when all of this started as a voluntary pilot program. In his former position as the BAE Systems Chief Information Security Officer, Eric was one of the very first members of the Department of Defense pilot program to secure their commercial supply chain. He testified before Congress on how those efforts would impact defense contractors, and we thought it would be enlightening to marry the Cybersheath perspective with the transformational leadership experience that Amit has into a facilitated conversation. We hope you enjoy this session with Cybersheath CEO Eric Noonan and Tenable CEO Amit Yaran.
Great. Amit, thanks so much for joining us here at CMMC Con 2021. Let's jump right in. You have a fascinating background. I think you've uniquely seen cybersecurity problem from every angle. You have the rare combination of military, intelligence community, private sector perspective on the space. So really, I think our audience would greatly benefit from understanding how you see all the changes in the regulatory environment today. So from cybersecurity maturity model certification, President Biden's executive order on cybersecurity, all the other legislative initiatives, there seems to be very meaningful change across the federal government to force private sector investment in cybersecurity. So from where you sit, is that true? Is the United States finally getting serious about cybersecurity?
I think we're in an incredibly exciting point in the cybersecurity market, in the cybersecurity landscape, a real tectonic shift where for the first time ever, really, corporate leadership, government leadership, folks in the executive branch on the Hill, regulators, legislators, and corporate America are starting to really care about cybersecurity. You're seeing cybersecurity front and center in the mainstream media week in, week out. Breaches, losses, problems, issues, outages of supply chain, food supply chain, pipeline, oil and gas, and other things. And so for the first time, leadership are recognizing that cybersecurity risk is an integral part of operations, an integral part of business risk. And so when that happens, you get attention. When you get attention like that, action occurs. And so for the first time, I've got a tremendous amount of optimism that we're going to start tackling these issues head on.
I love that. I think it's a great point, the alignment piece, right? The alignment of the private sector with the alignment of the federal government. It is unique, and I appreciate the optimistic tone, because so much of cyber can be gloom and doom, but I think there is a lot to be optimistic about. One of the things that I think is a ray of hope across this industry and for our country meaningfully is the cybersecurity maturity model certification. So, as you know, it creates mandatory minimum cybersecurity standards that every federal contractor, at least within the Department of Defense, must meet, or they literally can't capture Department of Defense related revenue. Is that a draconian way of doing business and enforcing those mandatory minimums, or is it just a common sense approach in this day and age?
Listen, I think it's an absolutely necessary and a common sense approach to have at least minimum standards. Minimum standards help assure a baseline of not only compliance, but a baseline of capability and maturity that's required to responsibly address the minimum requirements around cyber. What is more foundational? So I think it's terrific. Yes, let's establish a baseline. Let's make sure everyone gets to that baseline. But let's make sure that everybody doesn't just gravitate toward the baseline. What we're really looking for, what's really required, is a level of visibility, a level of understanding, and ultimately a level of accountability. And that's not to say we're going to be able to stop every potential attack and every potential breach which is going to occur. But if we can establish standards of care, if we can establish what negligence looks like in terms of managing your systems, managing your processes, acting responsibly when it comes to cybersecurity, then I think we really start raising the bar on a long-term basis.
I think that's a great point. The idea, and I think it's often a misguided knee-jerk response, is there'll be an attack, and then instantly the detractors of whatever standard, be it the executive order or CMMC, will say, well, would CMMC have stopped that attack? Would the executive order have stopped that attack? And I think what I heard you say is, we're not going to stop every attack, but we can establish minimum standards of care, what negligence looks like. And so it sounds like you think we are moving in the right direction.
We're going to stop what are today a majority of the attacks. And that's incredibly important for two reasons. One is we start reducing the losses. Two is we start upping the game, requiring that those that really want to breach us start using much more sophisticated techniques. And so when you reduce the noise, finding that signal, finding who the sophisticated adversaries are, the people who are doing the really complex stuff, starts becoming a lot easier. And so are we going to stop everything? Definitively, no. Are we going to stop a lot? Hell yeah. And we're going to make it a lot easier for us to identify those sophisticated breaches when they do occur.
Yeah, and there's a whole ecosystem out there, I think, when we can share that intelligence and reporting to get actionable and meaningful information into the hands of the operators who can use it most. But I think many Americans would actually, be very surprised to know that prior to CMMC, defense contractors could self-attest to cybersecurity, literally say, trust us, we've got this. We saw the attack on Colonial Pipeline. We saw the Florida water treatment plant attack. So much of the critical infrastructure run by private industry in this country is largely, in many ways, unregulated, doesn't have those baselines that we talked about. So given that as a context for our critical infrastructure, what do you think the most impactful set of actions we could take as a country to change that, to better protect our critical infrastructure?
Yeah, I think things like CMMC really step up everybody's game. I know you may sort of poo-poo the self attestation, but even that is a step up from what exists in most of the private sector today. I would love to see greater transparency, the same way public CEOs and CFOs have to attest to their, the integrity of their financial statements. I think it would be a terrific step forward to attest to that they're implementing cyber risk management as part of the risk management practices. I think that would drive a level of inspection and accountability that has not existed to date in most of corporate America, and especially in critical infrastructures. And of course, you can continue to take that up through moving from self-assessment and attestation to more mature practices like CMMC.
Yeah, and I think the key with self-attestation is actually the submission, like submitting your taxes. Right? If I kind of do my taxes at home, but no one ever gets to see them, a little less scrutiny and maybe value. But the self-attestation that's actually submitted and validated, I think that's a key step that's been missing for a long time. Going back to President Biden's executive order on cybersecurity, it mandates within 120 days of the May date it was issued, basically minimum standards for all of the federal government. And so this kind of patchwork of inconsistent and differently enforced standards across all these government agencies will, and it was a very specific executive order, as you know, will change here within a 120-day period. So within 4 months, the largest supply chain in the world, which includes many hundreds of thousands of large and small privately held businesses, will at least have a standard to achieve and aspire to. How big a deal is that for you, given the kind of potential impact?
I know I expressed a tremendous amount of optimism earlier about the progress we're making or could make here very shortly in cyber. Listen, I don't know that the federal government and its entire supply chain is going to move with the 120-day agility that's been laid out in the executive order, and nor do I think it is important to achieve 100% compliance on that day. But what is important is that we've got a very clear shot across the bow that says, this is the direction we're going, and this is the type of pace that we're setting. And if you want to participate in this marketplace, then you're going to have it to accomplish and achieve these things. And so I think it's a terrific step forward. And I think it's the type of action and statement to the market that we really needed to see.
And you've seen it really kind of it all, right? Over the course of your career, I touched on it earlier, the good, the bad, and the ugly in cybersecurity from many different angles. So for the companies that are really getting cybersecurity right, the ones that are doing the things that set them apart from others, what are the things? What is it all? Is it all about the amount they spend, the resources that they dedicate to cybersecurity? What is it that the companies you see are doing things right are doing? Is there a common denominator?
The one common denominator, and some spend a lot of money and have a lot of personnel and a lot of energy and effort, and there's other companies which spend far less. But to me, there's a very clear delineation between those companies whose executive leadership place an emphasis on cybersecurity and really drive a cybersecurity culture and mindset through the entire company, and those that don't. And it doesn't have a price tag, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're spending X on cybersecurity products and you're doing Y. What it is it's a culture which says, hey, we care about the integrity of our systems. We're going to take the time to patch them and manage them. We're not going to rush out and roll the next feature functionality without really looking at it from an integrity perspective. And when you have that culture and mindset from the top, it really drives into the organization. And it starts with simple things like making sure folks don't have administrative privileges, making sure folks have multi-factor authentication, making sure people realize that there are hoops that they have to jump through when they use their systems and when they deploy new capabilities. And it's not because management's trying to be draconian. It's because the integrity of the systems and the company's brand and reputation and the data, the customer's data that they're managing is incredibly important and integral to the organization's ethos. And when you have that culture established and that tone set from the top, it really has a huge impact between, what I characterize as the cyber haves and the cyber have-nots.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, without that executive support and leadership, you're just not going to get there for any effort that's important to an organization. You mentioned some fundamental things, really some kind of basic cybersecurity hygiene around multi-factor authentication. And, so many of the things I think that are in CMMC, the executive order, have been around for a long time, really are basic cybersecurity hygiene, but have largely been, to some degree unimplemented by the masses. And so do you think that this is, clearly it's a complex space, but do you think that many of the things we could be doing are actually fundamentally not that complex, like multi-factor authentication and whole disk encryption and some of the cybersecurity basics, and we just haven't got around to it?
Well, I think that's just it. The things that are required, right, are the basic building blocks for responsible behavior. It's the anti-malware things. It's the multi-factor authentication things. It's the system hygiene things. And those are the foundational building blocks for responsible behavior. And they aren't rocket science. And there are easy, well-understood best practices for how to do these. Now, it's easy for me to sit here on in a video session and say, "Oh, just do it." When you're running a large and complex environment, obviously patching, updating, tightening system configuration, especially for a lot of antiquated legacy systems, can be extremely cumbersome. Can be quite painful. But the truth of the matter is, that's what managing IT systems is. You've got to pay attention to the details. You've got to do these basic things. And if you do those basic things really well, I want to say you're 100% secure, but it would be an exceptionally sophisticated and rare attack that would compromise you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So much of this is really kind of the fundamentals, and much of the attention often goes to these complex, very targeted attacks, but really it's kind of the masses that haven't implemented the basic measures that we're talking about that I think would have the greatest impact. On the legislative front, a lot is being done. And I really think in my lifetime, the most I've ever seen, and the alignment you talked about between private industry and federal government, it is pretty incredible. Is there anything else you think the government could be doing on that front legislatively that they aren't doing yet or could be doing better?
Yeah, I think that it's a great question. I think, as you suggested, we're making a tremendous amount of progress and at a faster pace than we've seen at any other point in history. To me, the biggest long-term foundational driver around cybersecurity is transparency, right? In order for, there are no such thing as purely free markets, but in order for free markets to work, you have to have a certain degree of transparency around what best practices look like, transparency around what minimum standards look like, transparency around what risk and breaches look like and are occurring, and how organizations are responding to them, and ultimately that will help you determine what works and what doesn't work in the market. And so the one thing that I think is still an area where we can make significant improvement from a legislative standpoint is driving a higher degree of transparency into the market so that investors, customers, suppliers, and providers can really do a better job of assessing, what the risk levels look like, what's working and what's not. And I think that type of transparency in data sets will help the market establish a much stronger equilibrium than we've seen historically.
And do you think, Amit, that transparency is driven by a specific set of metrics, or are there things, as you were talking, it made me think of healthcare and sometimes the lack of transparency around pricing and options and how, consumers often in the healthcare space don't even see the price to be able to price shop. And as you were talking, made me think about cybersecurity, and there isn't a common way to measure things, which then leads itself to less transparency. Are there some things in your mind that a company, a board, or officers of the company should be looking at? Is there a common set of metrics out there? How do we get that transparency?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've long been concerned about using metrics because, as you know, the organization, it's just your bureaucratic inertia. Once you introduce metrics, organizations start driving and performing their tasks to the metric instead of to the actual requirement. That said, there are some very clear metrics that matter. We know they matter. Things like, and it's not how many pieces of malware you block or how many things get through. That's not a metric that really has tremendous amount of meaning. But it's, what is the state of our hygiene? How quickly are we looking for issues when issues are identified? How quickly are we patching, updating, fixing issues? Do we have visibility to do the attack detection and to respond to incidents in a timely fashion? Do we have what percentage of the accounts have different levels of privilege? And do we have the metrics around the authentication? Do we have the metrics? So I think that there are some really foundational sets of metrics we can use that would help indicate the overall health of the IT operating environment. And I think those are the types of metrics that I would focus on, but also recognize that, hey, no matter what metric you use, you're going to get it wrong, but you should be open to learning and evolving. Don't just train to the metric, train to what you think the actual task should look like.
And it's a great point, and there's no end state. And coincidentally, it sounds like a lot of the metrics and kind of, or the measurements that are important are actually related to some of the basic cybersecurity controls we talked about. So it's not too hard to kind of create that alignment and measure the right things. Because I think you're right. You measure the wrong things, the organization will align to those things because that's how they're going to be rated from a performance perspective, and you do not get the outcomes you're looking for.
Yeah, as it turns out, the CMMC thing isn't random. There's a lot of logic and thinking and expertise and experience behind it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. What I love about it too, when you've got a deep experience in the space, is that I think with CMMC, it feels new to a lot of people, but as you know, it really started as a voluntary requirement over a decade ago. It really was the government and industry working together. Certainly, it wasn't always perfect, but they worked together. It has been a partnership. And so we now have something that was produced, I think, collectively to be able to help industry better secure itself. And so we hear a lot about public-private partnerships, and I think CMMC is a demonstrable success of that over a long period of time. You've been involved personally with a lot of public-private partnerships. How important do you think those partnerships are in helping us raise the bar in cybersecurity?
I think it's incredibly important. The government has a lot of experience, a lot of access, a lot of insight, and is an important participant in the cybersecurity landscape. Some of the most meaningful successes in cyber, like the cybersecurity framework, even in our own field, things like CVE scores, helping to create interoperability, or CVE enumerations, interoperability between products to help enterprises really leverage and start creating platforms and start driving efficiency in R&D and in the cybersecurity market more broadly. Those are all a result of collaborative efforts between public and private sector. So there's lots of examples of how these things and where these things are working well. And I think the key is to identify for each of these efforts, who are the participants, what are they doing, what are they sharing, How are they doing it, the mechanics of those? And then ultimately, what is the value proposition for both public and private sector? And when you identify those value propositions, you can drive incredible efficiency and acceleration of capability through these partnerships. So I'm a huge fan. We just have to make sure that the ones that we develop and engage in are extremely well thought out and targeted.
Yeah, I think that's right, because time is limited. It's the resource none of us have enough of, and I think you're right. We got to make sure they're the right public-private partnerships to drive the right outcomes. Speaking of outcomes, one of the things that gets a lot of attention is attribution. So there's a lot of focus, at least in the media, on countries like China and Russia. Certainly that's, for some, that's very important to focus on. But rather than that, should there be less of a focus on the adversary and more of a focus, at least in private companies, on the things that should be getting done versus who's actually attacking who?
Yeah, and that's part of the role of government, right? There's a role for private sector and private industry here, and there's a role for government. Private industry needs to worry about cybersecurity standards, capabilities, maturity, risk management, doing the things that they need to do to manage the risks associated with their business and their business's use of technology. Role of government is to understand and enforce the rule of law. So, hey, listen, your corporation is responsible for protecting itself in cyber, but we're going to enforce law to the maximum extent possible. We're going to conduct the attack attribution. We're going to call them out. We're going to hold them accountable. We're going to respond, whether it's through cyber means or whether it's through legal action, whether it's through retorts and countermeasures, sanctions, other things. We're going to respond using every lever and branch and capability of government that we can to establish the norms of behavior from a state perspective in cyber that we want to see long term in order for society to really leverage technology.
Really sounds like an extension of the public-private partnership, each party knowing what their role is and where they fall in the ecosystem. Our audience today, final question here on small business. Our audience today is largely small business. That's CMMC really. Once you get past the big primes, those names we all recognize, further down several tiers into the supply chain, the cybersecurity budget gets pretty lean at a small business. So what would you tell a small business owner or the executive team? There's so much to do. They're inundated with CMMC, the executive order, all the things they could and should be doing. Where should they start?
Yeah, well, to some of the earlier comments, I think the number one thing you start with is a commitment at the top that says cyber matters to us. That doesn't mean you have to be in the business of cyber. You've got a mission and you've got a capability that you're trying to deliver to your customer. But the integrity of your systems and your cybersecurity matters in that process. And I think ultimately that's the recognition of what CMMC brings to the table. So if it is not your core capability, then leverage the expertise that exists out there. Do it through partnership, through technology capability, through processes, through hiring, and through leveraging others in the ecosystem, which can help accelerate your journey, allow you to maintain focus on the core value drivers in your business.
I mean, this has been wonderful. I think that your ability to kind of take a very complicated topic for our audience and give them some actionable steps and ways to move forward is invaluable. So I want to thank you for your time today. And thanks so much for being a great partner with as part of CMMC Con 2021.
Eric, great catching up with you. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you.
Wow, what a tremendous conversation. Thank you, Amit Yaron and Eric Noonan, for such great insight. And we'd love to hear your thoughts on the conversation, so please share them using hashtag CMMCCon 2021. Welcome back. So, where is the federal government headed with all of these regulatory efforts, from CMMC to President Biden's executive order on cybersecurity? Should we expect mandatory minimums across the whole of government in the near future? Our next distinguished guest is uniquely positioned to share his views on regulatory compliance trends across the federal government. He was the former Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Acquisition Management for the GSA, where he oversaw roughly 300 procurement personnel and contracts worth more than $30 billion per year. We are honored to have Keith Nakasone, who left the federal government in June after 32 years of service, to join VMware as a federal strategist. Welcome, Keith.
Well, welcome back to the CMMC Con, and I am so excited to be talking to you, Keith. I want to thank you for joining us at CMMC Con. To be honest with you, secretly, you're my favorite attendee this year, and I'm really excited to have you here. It's really wonderful, the amount of people that we've had participate in this. So without further ado, I just thought we would get into a whole conversation about how you're seeing the cybersecurity supply chain issue, especially from the perch from which you just left at the GSA. So, maybe I just kind of get a little bit of open up around some of your opinions on how the current landscape is going, especially around regulations. Maybe your thoughts now that you reflect back on your tenure at GSA and what you've seen on cybersecurity requirements. Do you think it's going in the right direction? Do you think that it's enough? Do you think it's too much? Just love to get your temperature check.
Sure. Thanks, Carl. One of the things that when I was over at within the federal government space is the a lot of the challenges that we saw, right? We saw an uptick in the cyber attacks, as you've seen with the SolarWinds and the ransomware. Things are getting more sophisticated, and one of the things that we need to focus on is the security framework, right? We need to focus on the security solutions. So with the recent release of the executive order and with the changes that we did, even with Section 889 of the Federal Acquisition Regulations to address the prohibition of telecom equipment and certain video surveillance cameras, it's all moving in the right direction, right? Because we need to concentrate on the oversight, and we need to understand working in this private-public engagement and looking at things from the whole of government, because we definitely need to start standardizing things across private and public and adopt commercial best practices as well.
I see a tremendous change. I kind of feel like when we look back on it, this is going to be a watershed period of time for the way that the government takes acquisition and cybersecurity really seriously. And the EO that you mentioned, and I'd love to unpack that a little bit, the executive order, it seems like it's this dark cloud sitting out there that people are trying to figure out what is going to come of it, right? Of course, President Biden said, I would like to get the agencies to tell me what they're going to be doing for, among many things. One of them was supply chain. What would you say? I know today you don't have any direct knowledge and so forth, but if you're looking at crystal ball, do you think CMMC plays a factor in that going forward? Do you think it's something like CMMC-like, or is it something entirely new? How would you think about it going forward?
So when we look at new things, when things are first launched, it's really a journey. Right. This is not a one and done. This is going to be an iterative approach in moving towards looking at the workforce, looking at the processes, and also the technology. So when we look at the baseline of the executive order, what it really does is it tries to wrap their hands around looking at the entire whole of government approach, looking at the acquisition regulations, looking at the security framework, looking at the standards controls for the security requirements. And so the beauty about this is it gives a second look at the processes. It gives a second look at the gaps, identifying gaps and where we could bring things together from a private-public engagement. And I think, no matter where you sit in the ecosystem of security, security doesn't just fall on the CIO or the CISO, right? The security requirements falls on everyone, whether you're sitting in a public or private. It takes everyone to ensure that we protect our data, protect our IT infrastructure and protect the intellectual property that we have in and around all of our even in the private industry, right? We have to protect all of that intellectual property that we have in the different various systems.
It's funny. I can remember stories about World War II, how people were asked to participate at a very, very personal level, either, get pots and pans to be melted for the war effort, or to actually help Rosie the Riveter and so forth, to help in the production effort. And the whole country kind of rallied around the threat and the war that was out there. And of course, there's different variances of people out there that believe whether or not we're in the middle of some sort of new Cold War and so forth. But it seems to me like this is our day to be able to stand up and make a difference, right? Be able to participate in this. So I applaud what you've done at the GSA. I'm really looking forward to see how that moves forward. And you're right that this is a journey. You had NIST to start out with, and that continues on. CMMC, it's like Russian nesting dolls, right? CMMC kind of overlays on top of NIST, and NIST provides for the core. And who knows what will come, but I think, like you said, I can't imagine it being that much different than what is already here, right? That's where my head is. What do you think is the CMMC's future? There's been lots of, naysayers. There's been lots of promoters, of course. I think it provides for some trepidation in the marketplace for doing something. It allows definitely for excuses for people to wait and see. How would you guide small businesses on either NIST, CMMC, or the future if they're taking this wait and see attitude?
So one of the things with security is, when we look at the framework and when we're looking at everything as we build out, this from a national security perspective and even from a private industry perspective, we have to consider things from the whole approach, right? So as we look at, call it CMMC or something else, the real process in this is when we build things, we're looking at development, security, and operations, right? That whole DevSecOps process. And when we look at that, it never stays the same. And I'll give you this perfect example of the cloud ecosystem. When we look at multi-cloud and hybrid cloud, and we look at the complexities that are involved, nothing ever stays the same. So we cannot afford for security. The security framework will evolve. The risk management framework will evolve over time. Yeah. Therefore, our acquisitions will have to evolve and align with the technology and with the sophistication of what's happening in the cyber world. So as we look at everything as a whole, we have to understand, we cannot, I say, let our guard down. We always have to be, what can we do to be more proactive in this approach? How can we structure things to be more agile and flexible moving forward with our acquisitions to keep up with the technology, as well as the what I call the bad actors, right? And how do we continue to stay and lean forward? And that's one of the things about CMMC. It provides a framework. It provides another verify, validate, and comply, but it also has a check and balance, right? And so we continuously look at the risks. We continuously look at the processes that we have built to see what we need to change. And so as we move forward, these are some of the key things that we need to do from an organizational change perspective, as well as in looking at how we look at and view the IT infrastructure as a whole.
It's funny. I've heard it described. I completely agree with you. And I've heard it described by some saying, there was a day where things like access for handicapped people were not considered when building buildings, or we didn't have fire detection or suppression equipment in all buildings. And over time, we realized the dangers associated with those things. And we began to understand it's not something that you can just put here and there. It needs to be everywhere, right? And what I think we're struggling with today is there's still a lot of people that believe that these things are necessary, but not at any cost, or there's this cost discussion that pervades the whole dialogue. And I would love to get your opinion on how to think about costs, especially when it comes to the small business player. I know that you get this question all the time. I know that I get this question all the time. And I think it's, for some reason, I don't think the smaller companies understand their role that they play in the threat and vulnerability situation for the government. And maybe I just give you a platform to respond to that.
Right. So, that's a good question, because when we look at the cost factor, when we first was from a procurement process, everybody was saying, well, we can buy software as a commodity, lowest price technically acceptable.
Right.
We don't really have to look at things. But when you look at the security framework and you look at the way IT systems have evolved, especially in the cloud environment, the on-premise solutions or private cloud versus public cloud, we have to be concerned about what is that cost impact and how do we wrap our hands around it, right? So when, from a small business perspective, do they look at things from a different lens? Maybe from an outsourced perspective, can they adopt a cloud service provider that has all of the standards, controls, and everything pre-vetted? So all they're doing is paying a monthly cost to house the controlled unclassified information, right? And is there service level agreements that could be leveraged in that process? So when we talk about the business, it's just like parts of private industry, parts of government, they've outsourced parts of the capabilities, right? So that they can enhance or improve their portfolio or as well as their posture.
It's a great point. It's a great point. I mean, what I'm hearing you say is that via these requirements, there's two things that's going on. Yes, still the government is going to procure on the lowest cost bidder, but you want to make sure that the quality of the product is all the same as it relates to security, because low cost could mean low security, right? So that's the first point that I think. So I think that's a very valuable point that not many people, it's lost on many people. I think the second point that was really powerful is that I'm hearing through the technical acquisition process, you're forcing innovation on behalf of the providers to not always look at it the same way that they've looked at it. They have to be innovative in their own approach, and maybe outsourcing some of it is a great idea.
When we look at things, it's that art of the possible, right?
Right.
Do what you do well, and if you don't do something well, think of other ways that you could actually build upon it, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that when we're looking at the controls, the processes, and where everybody or where businesses fit within, whether it's Department of Defense, the defense industrial base, or the civilian industrial base, we see a lot of crossover. So I think this is a great time for those processes to be looked at. But also, if there's systems that already exist, like the Department of Defense has the Supplier Performance Risk System, SPRS, where it houses a lot of that 800-171 information, adoption could just take place there, right? And so these are the kinds of things that we need to look at.
I have to tell you that SPRS system, the Supplier Performance Risk System, and I can tell how much it's being enforced because we at CyberSheath, we see customers near daily coming to us that the government has turned off from a payments perspective because they're not in the system or they won't award them a contract. It's been an amazing change in behavior, in action. There's no doubt about it. Regardless of what you think of it, the change is there. You know what I would love to do? I'd like to switch focus just a little bit, just to get from in your words, because I think there is a lot of confusion out there today in the GSA. What does the GSA require for cybersecurity? I understand that there's the STARS and the Polaris contract have some interest in CMMC or something like this, can you help just give clarification of where is GSA today?
Sure. So when we were looking at the when I was there, I have to clarify. The thought process was from a government-wide acquisition contract perspective, it was really looking at that contract and how do we build a large acquisition vehicle with the thought process that you could add requirements or incorporate requirements as needed.
Right.
So the way the framework was built around the government-wide acquisition contract was to look at the whole entire process first. How do we incorporate the language so it would be within scope at the base of the contract, but not necessarily require every order to be CMMC level 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It was it would be awarded based on the requirements of the agency or an organization. So it has the flexibility of going from level 1 through level 5, and it would be able to be so the flexibility was there not only for Department of Defense, but for the civilian agencies as well, if they wanted to adopt it. And that's the one thing that we wanted to do was create a government-wide contract that would be able to be flexible, agile, and add requirements as needed. So it would be married up with whatever requirements that were needed, because we all know that the IT systems are not the same. We all know that there's different levels of risk tolerance for each of the systems. So we said, hey, let's line up or synchronize the acquisition vehicle in that same mindset, in that same thought process.
That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. How much spending goes through GSA today? What's that rough number?
The rough number for the IT category from a business volume perspective is around $30 billion.
$30 billion. Yeah. So it's that's amazing. About how many contractors is it? I know that the DoD advertises about 350,000 contractors and so forth. About how many contractors you think go through the GSA organization? Have you any clue or any standards?
So from the IT category perspective, there's roughly, it's not as quite as the 300,000 number, but I don't know if that number is accurate. But what I will say is from a percentage perspective, when we look at the defense industrial base and when we look at the civilian industrial base, there is a lot of crossover, right? So when we see the vendors on the defense industrial base side, it pretty much you can almost guarantee they're going to be on the civilian side as well. So, if I was to put a thumb on there, you're looking at 90% about the same.
How about that? All right, switching to the provider networks, like one of the things that I hear, and I'm not sure exactly how to respond to it. Not that it's my role per se, but you hear people saying they're struggling with finding good solution providers of the requisite needed services. So like you mentioned, that maybe they can outsource some of these services, or maybe they need a certification, and that things are going a little slower than planned, and so forth and so on. Can you comment on where you think things are today? Do you feel like there's adequate service providers and where things will be headed in the future? I'd love to get your take on that.
Sure. There's a lot of resources, consultant services support that is provided, and a lot of that information is actually available out on the web. I know companies like Gartner, Forrester, et cetera, they put their, Gartner uses a quadrant chart, et cetera, and they actually say which are the top providers. And there's also information out there that kind of breaks things down. So if you look at the Federal Procurement Data System, the FPDS data from all the contract awards, I mean, you would be able to see, or USA Spend, you would be able to see all the top providers for federal government. And that collaboration and communication with those companies are key to sharing this information. And there's a lot of nonprofit organizations where this information sharing goes on, such as ACT, IAC, ATARC, et cetera, where they come together and they share the commercial best practices. They share about the challenges from a private perspective, from a public perspective. And these are those active engagements that is required moving forward. So as we look at CMMC and as things may change along the timeline, this is where we can see and start to synchronize some of that commercial best practices and government processes and start to make some significant changes in the security posture.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I don't know if you had the chance to attend, but we have some of the PTAC and the MEP organizations here, and they have been taking a leadership role, I think, in some states in helping members, DIB members, defense industrial base, especially members, navigate what does this all mean, and how do I get to the SPRS, and what is PI, and all of these things, right? And how it works. You know what I love, because I think you had to deal with a lot of this, is this notion of COTS, commercial off-the-shelf software. I get questions quite a bit about why, first of all, why is there a dual standard between COTS and not COTS? Very interesting question, by the way. And there is this discussion about of all the attacks that have been successful appear to have been in the supply chain, largely COTS or commercial off-the-shelf like providers, or definitely COTS providers. And what is the future for a commercial off-the-shelf provider? And just one other piece to this, one other corollary. What we're seeing is a very interesting dynamic in that we now see a lot of COTS companies that know their COTS, that have actually already successfully argued their COTS to the government and won. They labor under the constant defense that they're COTS and have succumbed to the process to just be CMMC certified because they don't want to deal with the conversation over and over and over again. So I'd just love for you to kind of comment on where do you think the future of COTS supply chain cybersecurity is, and how do you think that's going to be affected by the executive order? And where do you think, just kind of in your crystal ball, I know it's just Keith Nakasone's opinion, but how do you think that's going to run?
So from as we look at commercial off the shelf, when we look at a company that builds a let's just say product A. But product A is plus B plus C plus D. So as you add things, and we're getting into the multi-cloud, hybrid cloud in solutions, right? We're looking at a number of commercial off-the-shelf products. We're looking at a number of processes that are, and a lot of the activities that are going on within the IT infrastructure. So as we look at commercial off the shelf, not as a singular, but as solutions, right? COTS solution as more than one. And that's basically what we're doing. The tools, the cyber tools, the security tools that we're using, we have to continuously move with it as well, right? So as we build out IT solutions, as we build out software and capabilities, et cetera, we have to be cognizant that there is this security layer piece that has to be not only at the network layer, but it has to be throughout the entire cloud stack. And so as the processes change as the business processes change, and as the technology solutions change, guess what? We have to change the policies, and we have to change the statute regulations and statutes that govern, because it doesn't stay. The ecosystem will change, and this is exactly what's happening.
It's very true. I mean, take a Tesla today. You would call that a commercial off-the-shelf product. I would imagine everybody would. But, at any moment, a Tesla can be updated just via the air by the company, and it becomes to look a little bit more like software over time or something along these lines. On that note, another element, and I'd love to get your take on it, is I noticed a lot of my brethren in the MSP, the IT managed services space, and the managed security services space, they're reticent to become certified or reticent to acknowledge that there's a requirement on them when they're managing a DIB customer with CUI. It seems to me like it's pretty obvious, but I'd just love for you to comment. Do you see that the supply chain rules go down into any managed service provider is handling CUI on behalf of their customers?
So when we look at that, it's almost the same thing when we look at financial institutions. Do we treat one different than the other, or do they have to all be in synchronization from the enterprise, right?
Right.
So when we look at private and public, and we look at the whole of government, the whole of private industry, we look at things completely end to end, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so if we don't, then how do we create enterprise standards? How do we create enterprise controls? And this is the beauty about NIST, right? Mm-hmm. They're going through that process and looking for what is that baseline like, and how do we build into it, and how do we improve upon time? Nothing stays. We all constantly have revisions to the guidance that's coming out. And that's what I see with this journey, right? And so as things move, as security moves forward, as technology moves forward, as our business processes change because of the way the cloud is being developed, I think there's great opportunity for us to invest in aligning a lot of the workforce, the processes, and the technology, so that it's a continuous improvement process and not staying in this one and done, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. So Keith, one of the things I must tell you personally, I'm sad to see you go, because I think you've had such an amazing impact on the GSA and on the government in general. But I'd love to just give you an opportunity to opine. What was your biggest, your proudest moments, your biggest accomplishments you think happened at the GSA? And what's the one thing that you look back upon? I know it's not been that much time since you've departed that wonderful perch, but what is something that you'd like to see get accomplished, or you hope in the future will be accomplished by your successors?
That's a great question. So what from a thought leadership perspective, number one, innovations in emerging tech. We've structured when I was there, the government-wide contracts to be more innovative, more agile, more flexible, and I hope it continues to move in that direction. Mm-hmm. We were built out the cloud strategy, and hopefully that momentum continues to stay true. And enhancing the IT portfolio at large, as well as one of the proudest things that I am that we embedded in the whole entire process was the supply chain risk management program within the IT category. Yeah. And so that was a huge lift, because it's a change, not only the way we train our employees, but it's looking at the internal processes, looking at how we can embed supply chain risk as well as the compliance program within the ecosystem without being cost prohibitive, if you will, meaning that we can leverage resources that was already within the portfolio to help us move that needle within the security framework. And that's one of the things that I hope the energy will still be there. And again, one of the reasons why one of the big reasons was coming to VMware and staying in that cloud solutions and being able to be a thought leader within the private and public on cloud, and continuously move towards that environment is one of the main focus of keeping government and private industry engaged with, as technology changes, we'll be able to move forward.
Well, you're such a wonderful resource. It's really a coup that they have you, and it's great for our country, great for VMware. And it's wonderful to know that you're there actually on a different side working on the same problem. Before I tidy up, just this is like more of a personal question I have because I don't know the answer to this, and I'm hoping that you can help enlighten me. I'm familiar with in the DoD, they have these audits for these things, CMMC and these days, and NIST, the DIBCAC audits and so forth. We've become familiar with the DCMA. Is there an equivalent audit function that comes from GSA around these contracting vehicles? Like if people are compliant with the CMMC requirements in contracting vehicles, do they have that functionality?
So from a review process, there is a administrative contracting part of the schedules program, as well as the government-wide acquisition contracts. And so it's really contract dependent. And so when we, for example, I'll give you the example of, the second generation IT that was created under the schedules program. That effort there had a supply chain risk management compliance piece to it. And I think one of the key things that we did was, as we move along that timeline, it really creates that process of looking at things from a different lens. It's not just the self-attestation process, but it's really taking it down to now we need to look, verify, and identify risks. And so as we go through that process, I know DHS and other civilian agencies are looking at the same format. What I'm hoping is that whole of government approach comes together and they look at, and we can build it together, private and public coming together and building that process and systems so that we don't have inconsistencies.
Absolutely. I want to thank you very much, Keith, for your time, for your energy. I want to personally thank you for everything that you did with the U.S. government. It was an investment I know that you made on behalf of our whole country. So I want to thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for this time today. It's been wonderful. And I hope everybody out there in CMMC Con land was enriched by the information. You can see how small businesses are going to be affected beyond DoD. And I think that this stuff is clearly on the path towards being more and more organized by the government. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Carl and Keith, thank you both for an insightful and fascinating session on where all these regulatory initiatives might land. It's clear that if you're a contractor to the federal government, prime or sub, depending on the agency you support, your revenue is or will shortly be directly tied to cybersecurity mandatory minimums.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to CMMC Con. I'm very happy to be here today. This kicks off our whole focus on small business and CMMC DFARS compliance. We have with us today something that I think is going to be a very special session, and I hope it'll be a session that will live forever at CMMC Con going forward. We have Jody, Frank, and Thomas that come from various PTAC organizations throughout the country. Iowa, we have Utah and Pennsylvania represented, that will be giving us a whole discussion about what the PTAC organization is, what resources they can help provide, especially small businesses, and how to think about cybersecurity funding and events as the government requirements continue to increase. And moreover, to just become aware of what a wonderful set of resources are out there for that. After this session, that you can go and get a whole bunch of questions that you'll probably have after this session, and there'll be live questions and answers. Jody, thanks for joining us today, Frank, Jody, and Thomas. Jody, on over to you.
All right, thanks. We really appreciate you inviting us to be a part of this awesome event. It's an ever-growing topic that we're hearing from small businesses all over the place. So we're very happy to be here, and thank you. Let's go ahead and get into the slides. So we are here representing Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. So I'm going to introduce the three of us briefly, and then we're going to get into kind of some panel discussions and talk about, what we're seeing from a small business perspective, how our organization can help small businesses, and hopefully get some questions answered for you. So our first panelist today is Frank Mignecco. He is a government procurement program manager with the Northeastern Pennsylvania Alliance in Pennsylvania. I also have with us Tom Gerke. He's from the Utah PTAC. And then we have myself. I am the program director for the Iowa PTAC located at Iowa State University. So you keep hearing us use this term PTAC. What is a PTAC? PTAC stands for Procurement Technical Assistance Center. And we are a program that is in the regulations to help small businesses navigate government contracting. We are currently funded through the Department of Defense and also through many local state governments to help small businesses. What we do is provide no-cost assistance to large and small businesses both, and help companies do pretty much whatever we can help them do to get government contracts and understand the government contracting process. We do one-on-one counseling, training, education, and networking events. You can see on the map that I believe there's currently about 95 PTAC centers throughout the country. Some centers are a statewide center and they represent the entire state. Other PTACs are more locally focused, and they might just represent a handful of counties. And then we also have a handful of Native American and tribal PTACs that can assist tribal governments with government contracting. I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we work with businesses. Typically, we work with them on getting through the entire process of government contracting. Now, that's whether you're just starting out, we can help you understand the regulations and the certifications that a business would have to go through, what socioeconomic programs through the Small Business Administration would you qualify for, and how do you go about getting certified for those types of things. So that's a main part of what we do. Also, marketing to the government. It's really important when you're getting started in government contracting to know which government agencies are buying what you're selling, because the government is huge. And so you literally can't target everybody. So we can kind of help you understand who you might want to focus on, and how do you go about talking to those agencies? What do you say? Who do you talk to? How do you even approach those agencies? We also help with finding opportunities. And then once you find an opportunity, that oftentimes will require a bid or proposal. So we can help you understand that and interpret everything that you need to do to submit a compliant proposal. Anything from there is also post-award assistance. The government has many systems that businesses need to navigate as far as their invoicing system. How do you get registered in that to get paid? We also can assist with more advanced things like teaming, mentor-protege agreements, GSA schedules, and things like that. So that's kind of our counseling services. Another large part of what PTACs do is events and training. Many PTACs will host and put together different matchmaking events so that businesses can connect with each other to go after different government opportunities. Meet the buyers events, where maybe we'll bring in either federal agencies or state and local purchasing folks, so that small businesses and large businesses can actually connect and meet with them, so they can go after more opportunities. And then PTACs host a variety of training topics on almost every topic imaginable as it relates to government contracting. The third thing, most PTACs will offer some sort of a bid matching service. I know this slide is a little bit hard to read, but finding and scouring all the different government websites to find bid opportunities can be very time consuming. There are systems out there that can search for these opportunities. but many PTACs might offer them for free or for a very nominal charge for you to get a once daily email to find opportunities. So you can see that in this example, it'll just say what the bid opportunity is and what agency it's with, and it'll kind of help you click back and find that. So that's another service that is offered by most PTACs. So I want to now get into our discussion panel and just address some questions that we as PTACs hear pretty often from businesses and address some misconceptions and things that are confusing for small businesses. So the first question that I have for my colleagues here is, how do PTACs assist with cybersecurity? Tom, why don't you start with this one?
Well, PTACs are not normally technical experts, so what we are able to do is help you through the management process, how to manage implementing a cybersecurity program. One of the things we want to start with to really emphasize is that you need to select somebody within your company to drive the effort, and not normally a IT person, but somebody like a program manager or a C-level officer that can drive the program and manage the process. And then the first thing you need to do is review the NIST Handbook 162, and it's got a checklist in there after you, as part of the guide, that'll help you accomplish a gap analysis. And from there, you can see that what you need to do to become compliant with NIST 800-171. A couple other things you're going to have to do, and we can help you with templates and help you answer some of the management questions, is a system security plan, a POA&M, which I can never remember what the acronym is, but I think program objectives and milestones.
Yeah, plan of action and milestones, I believe.
Plan of it sets the timeline for what you need to do. And then you have to upload your answers into supplier performance risk system, and that is a good start to getting prepared for CMMC compliance when it comes down the road.
Yeah. Frank, when you have clients come to you, how does your PTAC normally work with them?
Well, Jody, it's a good question, and very similar to what Thomas does. We take a look at what space are they in the industry that they're dominant in, and then how does that translate to the federal space and the requirements with cybersecurity? So we would take that level of action with them and then see what their present state is, help them with training and education, as you mentioned earlier. As Thomas was mentioning, we're a resource. We can help them with accessing the right tutorials, accessing the right templates, and helping them do that deeper dive to help understand what that need is to be compliant.
Thank you.
Let me just add that clients, what we'll look at is how urgent, what's the urgency in your compliance with CMMC or NIST 800-171. And it could be as simple as clients have received letters of compliance from their primes, and then you have to look at what that letter says and what the primes require and how you're going to meet the primes requirements. Then we look at clients who have their highest level of work with the DoD, and that where the DoD represents a majority of their client base. And then you have to determine if the kind of work you do with the DoD is going to include FCI or CUI. And then there's going to be those clients who already have the DFARS clauses in one or more contracts who require compliance with NIST 800-171. So, we can help you try and figure out where you stand there.
Yeah, I think that leads nicely into our next question, which is, how do I know what I need to comply with? And I know at our PTAC, that's a really common question that we get. Someone will bring a contract to me, or they're hearing cybersecurity everywhere, but they're hearing CMMC, they're hearing NIST, and I think a lot of businesses get really confused on what it is that they need to comply with. So that's one role that the PTAC can play really well, is we'll look at your current contract and help you interpret, okay, what cybersecurity clauses are actually in there. Sometimes if you have a COTS item, and you're like, I don't know if I need to comply, everyone's saying that I do, we can help you understand, this is a civilian agency, you only need to comply with the basic FAR, or you have a commercial off-the-shelf item, a COTS item, so in fact, none of this really applies to you. So I just think helping businesses understand what they need to comply with, are they going to have CUI or FCI? Frank, I'm going to start with you on this one. How does your PTAC handle businesses and helping them understand what they need to comply with?
What we do is we try to figure out what do they need to comply with. Is it a new solicitation that they want to compete against? Is it existing contract, as you mentioned, and what are the terms and conditions in there? Or are they part of the supply chain with a prime? So we help them identify where they are in that cybersecurity need, and then try to focus in with them how they're going to have to go through the steps to be compliant with either their current contract, acquiring a new contract, or helping the supply chain that they're in with their prime.
Tom, do you have anything to add here?
No, I think that pretty well covers it. It's normally, it's a case-by-case basis, so we have to look at what your company's doing or what you intend to do with the federal government.
So I think we can all probably answer this one. What are some of the biggest challenges when you start working with a small business who comes to a PTAC? What are you guys mostly seeing? What challenges are they having? Tom, I'll start with you this time.
Well, normally the main challenge is whether or not the cybersecurity requirements apply to their particular company. And that all depends on what they're doing with the federal government. It's hard to say because you could be, providing landscaping services to a military installation, and there may be no FCR CUI requirements, or you could be supplementing the medical staff. And in some cases, a deployment might cause an increase in the medical staff you're providing to a military base. In that case, that could be considered CUI. So, you have to look for the requirement in your contract, and then you also have to look for the definition of CUI if it's in your contract.
Yeah, Frank?
Well, I think I have to agree with my compatriots here in the cybersecurity PTAC crime world. It all depends on where you are, what your focus is, and what's your current state when it comes to cybersecurity and hygiene, not just on your technology, but on your whole facility for security. And then from there, what do you need to comply? Where do you fit in the levels? And then dig in. This is what I need. And those, I think, are the big challenges. Understanding what the process is, where do I fit in the process? And more importantly, with our smalls, how do I find the time to do this? And where do I find the funds to help me achieve success? I think those are the challenges we see up in this region.
Yeah.
I think
you hit. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think that's one of the challenges that most small businesses raise when it comes to compliance is how much is it going to cost me? And, it's a business decision. Cybersecurity compliance is a subset of data protection. I mean, it's the same kind of thing where you wouldn't give somebody your checking account information. You wouldn't give them your PIN number. Are you gonna leave your sensitive data out on the internet, in the cloud somewhere, or access to your computer terminal without protecting it? It's a cost of doing business, and a lot of those costs you should have already paid for as a small business. At least that's what the DoD assumes.
Yeah, I think the challenge that I'm seeing, when I talk to a business, we've really been trying to, PTACs have really been push to get the CMMC message out and to raise alarm bells and really help businesses understand that this is a go, no go requirement when it does come out. You know, a lot of the people within an organization that we're talking to might be the salespeople. You know, we're helping them try to find and go after government contracts. So I think the challenge is trying to get the top level, the C-level people within an organization to know that this effort really needs to come from the top down. A lot of times we're getting the message to, you know, some areas of a business, but really it's not just an IT function. And I think that's a huge misconception, is that you can't just, you know, throw this on your IT person and say, hey, make us compliant with this. It's processes, it's procedures, it's policies within the company. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges I'm seeing, is just people understanding that it's not just an IT function.
A lot of our manufacturing companies have an understanding of ISO compliance and the ISO standards that they try to meet as a manufacturing organization. And that's how this is. Cybersecurity and the cybersecurity requirements are very similar to what you have to do for ISO certification.
Yeah. So what are some no-cost resources? I know Frank just mentioned that, the cost that it's going to take small businesses to get compliant is an issue. So, what exists out there to help businesses get to where they need to be? Frank, I'll let you go.
Well, I got to say PTACs, right? Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. I think we're a no-cost resource. We're not going to do the work, but we're going to help as an educator, build awareness, help be part of that team to become compliant. So I think we're a valuable resource. And as you can see here, Idaho, Utah, Pennsylvania, we connect across the United States. And Thomas is a good subject matter expert on cybersecurity from his background. So if I don't know it, I can call Thomas. Internally in our regions, we're plugged in with the industrial resource centers, the other economic partners. So I think as a PTAC up here in PA, we would come to the table as a dynamite resource that's out there. And if we don't know it, we can help find it. As long as it's in the government contracting realm of things, we can dive in and be a valuable resource at no cost. But we're very finite with our resource capability. We're small, lean machines. So we'll be there to help. And then, I don't know, Thomas, Jody, what do you guys think of other resources besides the PTAC? I got to post the PTACs, but what else do you think?
Oh, several of our PTACs have put together checklists for implementing NIST 800-171, the process. Robert Marraro has put together one that he shared. There's a couple other PTACs that have checklists. Then, of course, you can go out, and Jody, you're probably going to say this, we go out to Project Spectrum IO, and they have checklists, and they have overview webinars that you can look at. Your PTACs can access, at least ours can, Gavology classes, and there are some out there on implementing cybersecurity programs. And those are free resources. And if you just Google CMMC, I'll bet you the first 10 things that come up will offer you a free checklist.
Yeah, Tom, you kind of brushed over something big. Tom mentioned a site called projectspectrum.io. This is an organization that was contracted with the Department of Defense to provide education and resources to businesses that are trying to self-implement cybersecurity. They do have a lot of training videos. They have blogs. They have people that you can ask questions to. So that is a really great resource for small businesses that are, trying to get educated and connect with people as well. And funded and put together by the Department of Defense just to help small businesses with this effort. The other resource that I know of is our manufacturing extension program. So they're called MEP centers. I think almost every state has an MEP center as well. They focus working just with manufacturers for the most part. Sometimes they'll do, they might get more into the technical details with assisting you. I know our MEP does, they'll do projects with manufacturers to really help walk you through each of the controls in place for cybersecurity. Some of the MEPs might have a small fee to do projects of that nature. But if you're in the manufacturing space, I would highly recommend connecting with your MEP center as well. One of our second to last question that we have here is there funding available to assist businesses with compliance and implementing this? Do either of you know if funding?
I think we might have discussed this a little bit, but there might be some state resources through the small business development centers or the business resource centers if you have one. PTACs don't have any access to grant money.
I know in our state, in Iowa, and every state's probably different, but we have an economic development technology grant that our state is allowing businesses to apply for to assist with implementing this. So other states might have something similar as well. Frank, do you know of anything in your area?
That's one of the things I wish I had at least one or two things on a list, but unfortunately I'm not aware of any funding, but I'm very hopeful. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of money flowing shortly from the Capitol, Build Back America, so maybe there might be some opportunities. I think if cybersecurity blooms outside of the Department of Defense, and there's activity in the other agencies, maybe there could be some funding. But at this point, I'm not aware of anything on the federal or the Pennsylvania state level that help.
What have we heard about reimbursement of costs for implementing? I know I've sat in, I think all of us have sat in a lot of CMMC, and there's been talk of some of these charges being allowable reimbursement costs, but I don't know that if we've heard anything definitive. Tom, can you talk about what you've heard as far as that goes?
I don't think I know anything about that.
Yeah, I know. We've heard. Yeah, I mean, we don't, as PTACs, we're pretty aware of what's going on and what's available to businesses. That's one of our primary roles, and we have not heard anything definitive. Just thought I would throw that out there.
Yeah, I can tell you that there was a Senate hearing, and I think Senator Munchin from Virginia raised a concern with the DoD person that was presenting about the cost of small businesses and the impact on small businesses. My personal opinion is that you can't really negate the cybersecurity requirements just because a company's small. I mean, if it's a cybersecurity requirement, it's across the board. But having said that, with the recognition at the legislative level of the cost to small businesses, there may be some sort of relief coming down the road.
I think the important thing is, though, when you look at what's out there when it comes to CMC and what happens if a company can't afford it or what's the cost, it's one of those play or you don't play type of things. If a contract comes out and there's a requirement for CMMC compliance, you have to have that certification. Look at all the contracts. They might have a NIST requirement that Tom was talking about. You have to be in compliant. Before you can basically say, yeah, I'm in compliant, today you have to demonstrate.
It's no different really than a manufacturer having to meet an ISO 9000 standard for making aircraft parts. So,
very good analogy. Yep.
Yeah. And one thing that I've been talking to my businesses about is, if they're a smaller business and they're trying to get compliant with cybersecurity, I've been saying, let's look at the mentor-protege program. Is there a business that is compliant that would be willing to be a mentor? And then you can write as part of your mentor-protege agreement that's one thing that they assist your small business with is getting compliant there. So I think that might be an untapped avenue to help small businesses as well, but nothing proven there quite yet.
And if a small business is in the supply chain and they're a sub to a prime, I don't see why you can't have a conversation with your prime to see what support, if any, they could provide for you to become in compliance. It's a question to ask. What do you think, Tom?
This is kind of getting down in the weeds, but a prime could extend their enclave to a subcontractor, and a subcontractor wouldn't have to qualify their own system. But we can discuss that in depth in the breakout session if somebody wants to.
Yep. All right. I'm going to move to our final question. Hopefully it's short and sweet, but maybe one or two answers. If you're a small business wanting to get started, where should you start?
Call your PTAC.
Well, and read the NIST 800-171 guide and start getting familiar.
Check out the Project Spectrum website that Jody mentioned. There's good tutorials, information there. A lot of the contractors that are hoping to assist small businesses, I think someone mentioned, you Google it, you'll find a lot of checklists and information. And then PTACs, we can definitely assist you. I think that's why we're here, to let you folks know we exist.
Exactly. All right. Well, that's all we have for questions in our panel today. I want to turn it back over to Carl.
What a great conversation you guys had. I learned a lot. I'm often amazed at how many resources are out there that people are not aware of and don't know where to turn. And I just think that this sage advice, this understanding hand, and this charter that you have to be able to help companies is amazing. Not only that you'll be able to help them with the process and with finances. I really appreciate the time, the effort, the energy, and I look forward to the question and answer session. And I look forward to actually growing what you do and how you do it. So thank you very much for your warm contribution of your time and your talent and for what you do out there. Have a great day, guys. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of CMMC Con.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Congratulations, you made it to the midday break. We're now going to give you an hour to go catch up on work. But before you do that, please go to the PTAC breakout room where we're doing a live Q&A. So if you have a specific question or you want to know if there's a PTAC organization you should interact with based on where you are, please join that session. Of course, there's other breakout rooms, including our platinum sponsor, Microsoft's breakout room. Cybersheet has a breakout room where we walk you through our assess, implement, manage process. We break that down for you. And then, of course, you can explore the other content within the venue. So we'll see you back here in an hour. Go ahead, catch up on work, and then we look forward to welcoming you back here in 1 hour. Welcome back. You made it to the second half of the day where we have a tremendous amount of content for you. Let me give you a quick overview of what that content is. So first, we're going to talk about CMMC through the eyes of the law. So you hear a lot about the False Claims Act, but we have two of the key players in what many consider the foundational case that may or may not have led to CMMC as we know it today. Don't miss that session. Then we're going to talk about the evolving threat landscape. So for those of you who were here last year and listened to General Robert Spalding, retired General Spalding is back. And if you don't understand the why behind CMMC, you will after listening to General Spalding. It's fascinating. It was one of our highest rated sessions for last year. Thrilled to have General Spalding back. Wonderful conversation with CMMC AB board member Jeff Dalton. What I love about that conversation and talking to Jeff is the ability to just get really practical, right? And so I think that session is for anybody who is struggling with the complexity and the enormity of what is CMMC. Jeff's got some great thoughts on how to start tackling that. And then finally, our platinum sponsor, Microsoft, has a wonderful session on the evolving technology with Microsoft's Phil West. So 100% of the audience, I'm certain, has Microsoft somewhere in their ecosystem. And Phil is going to talk to some of the things in the way Microsoft is looking at this challenge and helping the defense industrial base partners solve this challenge. So again, I think super relevant session. We hope we give you something in this content that you can take back to your business to be more secure and be more compliant. And with that, Julie, I'll turn it back over to you.
Welcome back. Picking up where we left off, you heard Amit and Eric discuss federally mandated minimum standards for cybersecurity and other legislative efforts. Now I'm very excited to build on that conversation with our next guest. He is, in many ways, the why behind CMMC. Prior to CMMC, defense contractors were allowed to self-attest to compliance with cybersecurity requirements. There's a large body of evidence to prove that model failed. One key part of that storyline, the failure of self-attestation, is a unique False Claims Act case revolving around cybersecurity at a large defense contractor. We have the man who sounded the alarm and the attorney at the center of that groundbreaking case. So now let's turn our attention to what every audience member today should be concerned about when it comes to CMMC and DFARS. That's the False Claims Act. What is the Federal False Claims Act? Well, it's a federal statute that establishes liability for knowingly presenting a false or fraudulent claim for payment to the United States government or to a government contractor. This includes information submitted to DoD on cybersecurity performance. Violating the False Claims Act is a very serious matter. Defense contractors and their employees can be subject to civil monetary penalties of $5,500 to $11,000 for each false claim submitted. They can be required to pay 3 times the amount of damages sustained by the U.S. government, and they may be excluded from participation in future contracts. So, who better to discuss defense contractor exposure than attorney Gregory Thyberg and informant Brian Marcus in a conversation with Carl Herberger of CyberChief.
Welcome to one of the most exciting anticipated sessions of CMMC Con, a session with CEO Brian Marcus of Ares Security, a company specializing in cybersecurity awareness, events, training, and education, and with his colleague and his lawyer, Greg Thyberg of Thyberg Law, who will both be joining us today as we talk about the whole notion of the False Claims Act and defense industrial base cybersecurity. Welcome to both of you guys. Thank you for coming here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Greg. I'd like to give a little introduction to both of you guys. Greg has been really been pushing, along with the U.S. District Attorney, a lot of initiatives on cybersecurity. We'll be getting into those, and we look forward to Greg's comments. And Brian Marcus, although well known for his role in a suit against Rocketdyne, is a fellow that has a long, unbelievably great storied history on contributing to the cybersecurity space, including at the moment as he's the CEO of a very successful cybersecurity company, Ares Security. He's been the former CISO for Aerojet Rocketdyne, and where he held both technical and leadership roles at Raytheon, where he worked there for nearly a decade, as well as he was working for Riverside County Office of Education. He's been participating on many different national levels, including Obama's Telecommunication Council, and he's an ex-adjunct professor at DeVry University. Brian holds a Bachelor of Science in CIS and also an MBA. He has 1 million certifications on his name, from everything from very, very programmatic to very, very technical. And you probably know him most, if you're in the cybersecurity world, for his contributions to the world's largest gathering of hackers called DEF CON in Las Vegas every single year. And he's provided for lots of different content, even on NCIS, including Capture the Packet Cyber Range and Juice Jacking. So welcome to both of you guys. I hope I gave you justice, Brian, and your contributions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what we'd like to get into, I think this is the kind of the gist of the conversation and how we became acquainted, Brian and Greg, was this whole notion of the activities revolving around the False Claims Act and the defense industrial base, cybersecurity. So what I'm really interested is having our audience here at CMMC Con understand, how has your experience in the defense industry informed your approach to meeting cybersecurity and compliance? I'd love to understand how you specifically, in being a CISO in the DIB, as well as owning a company that provides security services to the DoD, how has that experience informed your approach to meeting cybersecurity?
It's definitely heightened my awareness to the threats, especially in the defense industrial base. We see attacks against the DIB on a daily basis nowadays. But in the end, it's really about protecting the government data versus a checklist. So compliance is one step in the overall solution, but it's not the only thing that's there. And I use the knowledge that I have from doing both offensive and defensive missions, and the knowledge that I have for many, many years working with the US government on compliance and defense, in combination with the compliance guidance to provide resolution in any gaps that a company may have. So a lot of the time, a company that is fresh and new working on these compliance components, they see a ton of different gaps and they don't know where to start. Which one do we go at first? Well, it really does make a difference, and that approach should be based on where the risk is and where the threat is. So the thing that is the most vulnerable, the thing that will get the threat actors to that critical data first, is where you should focus on first.
Got it. You know, there's a lot going on. I know you're fully aware, and I know the audience is fully aware that the government's pushing the defense industrial base on cybersecurity and many new regulations. And the stalwart regulation points to the NIST 800-171. What advice would you give an organization who is just either beginning working towards the NIST 800-171 or is in the struggles or the throes of working towards NIST 800-171 compliance? How would you have them approach it, and what's your thoughts?
So I think that it's very important for organizations to take a holistic approach to this. Many companies will look at just one site or one section of an organization. They're like, well, that's the only part of the company that is doing any of that work. But the way that the regulations are, you need to put an envelope around all of the different things that are components to that regulation. And in many cases, it's the entire organization. So being compliant at one site out of 100 sites or 1 out of 2 sites does not make your organization compliant. So make sure that you look at your whole organization when you're applying the compliance components and make sure that you truly are compliant. And if you don't feel like you can go up and have a very simple conversation with somebody and say, yes, we are compliant across the whole organization, then don't consider yourself compliant.
Wonderful, Brian. We at Cybersheath, I know you realize we do a large business with the defense industrial base. That's what we focus on. And we hear time and time again from small and even large organizations that they hear things from the government and that they hear the government moving in a certain direction, but they don't seem to understand that or believe that the regulation will be either enforced or reinforced, or it doesn't really apply to them because of one special consideration. They're small business. They don't actually represent a risk in their mind to the government. Maybe I would love for you to opine. Now, what would you say to a defense contractor who don't believe in the regulation or the regulations or the scale or the scope or the enforcement and so forth? How would you respond to that, Brian?
That's a pretty tricky one, but the reality is that nation-state cyber attacks are in the news nearly every day now. The United States president recently issued an executive order to help the entire nation with cybersecurity and protecting our industrial base across the board. It's in the top of the minds of the public, politicians, executives and boards. And whether this will or won't be enforced is really moot. It's everyone's role as a clear defense contractor to protect the information that the government's entrusting you with. Mm-hmm. And if you're a small, it actually in some cases is more important and more critical, because the smalls tend to have less security, and the threat actors have been picking them off one by one. The nation state attackers are able to see what the government is ordering, how many, when they're ordering them, so they can get an understanding of what we're actually doing as a nation and how we're doing it. And then additionally, for those smalls that are perhaps hoping to be acquired by a large organization later, this is actually a strategy of nation states. They intentionally compromise and get a foothold into small defense contractors. And then when a large organization such as the Lockheeds, Boeings, Raytheons, et cetera, of the world purchase one of those smalls, they have a foothold and compromise in that organization. They're hoping to bounce into the large and pivot around that organization. So there's really a critical need for the organizations to have this level of cybersecurity in place.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Greg, I'd love to get you to opine on this also, especially from the idea that a company is taking a contract and then is balking at the about the requirements in there. What's your thoughts on that, Greg?
Well, you talk about the government enforcing, and I think what maybe you have to understand on this is that the way our case got started was Brian came to me because he stood up to do the right thing, looked at what happened, and looked at these regulations, because I had done things in healthcare and other sorts of false claims cases. And I saw a false claims case here. Actually, our case is the first case of its type of this type of cybersecurity, these regulations as a false claim. And actually, after our case, of course, was under seal for a number of years, but then after we won our motion to dismiss, it got publicized, and almost every major law firm that does government contracting has written something on this. And it turns out for years, the defense industry, the lawyers who represent defense contractors, knew there was this potential false claims liability. So it's not just about the government coming after your company. Every company has individuals in their company who, if the company is not complying, and I believe most of these people, if not all of them that do cybersecurity, are ultimately patriots that want to do the right thing. They can well come forward as a relator like Mr. Marcus did. In our case, the government decided not to intervene in the case. So we've had to carry this case and prosecute it on my own or on our own without really the government behind us. But so the case went forward. Usually what happens in a false claims case is the government will intervene and settle the case. In our case, the government was concerned about what happened, but it took a while for us to really get through the discovery in the case and kind of show the government what was actually going on, because it was very complicated, thousands of documents to go through, and to really, of course, get the government's attention. Of course, also the time frame we're in is, this case was filed in 2015. Now we've had a couple presidential elections, issues of cybersecurity. It's in the news more. And as Brian pointed out, the Biden administration and what the government has done since this case has been filed, it's really on the front burner. But you, as a small company or whatever size company, for you to face false claims liability, these things turn up because people in your own company end up coming forward if they get frustrated that you're not complying with the law, or they see the threat. And that's where the effort goes forward. So it's just not about the government catching you. It could be people in your own company if you're not compliant.
I totally see that, Greg. Can you opine a little bit about how it works on the fines? How that's done? The law, what is the total liability a company would have if they were found to be fraudulent? Okay,
well, in the False Claims Act, these come up in all sorts of contexts, like in pharmaceuticals and in different sorts of industries. There's fines, like you could get $11,500, $22,000 per invoice that you submit, those sort of damages. But in this case, where we're dealing with these large defense contracts and the technology. And what we've done in our case, where we talk about fraud and the inducement. Fraud and the inducement means that you promise something to someone to get them to enter the contract, and you either say something that's false or you mislead them in some way. And if the court finds that it was a material misrepresentation such that, the government might not enter that contract, then the damages are, the case law is once you use fraud to get that contract or that government benefit, fraud attaches to every invoice that you submit to the government on that contract. So like in our case, we have a contract. One of the contracts is a several $billion contract that we've alleged was, fraud in the inducement. And so the argument we have is that every invoice that was paid on that contract is fraudulent. And that's what the case law is. So the damages, that's where it really gets large. The damages is kind of like a train leaving the station. I mean, once you get that contract, those damages, every invoice, and it's not just what your profit is, it's like what your gross, what you got paid by the government. And then, of course, with the jury tripling that really just can become devastating.
So help me with that. The jury has to triple that after...
The judge does that. I'm sorry. The jury, you argue to the jury, they got contract A and here's, the government records, the government paid this company X $1 billion and here's the representations. And this was, material false things. They said they shouldn't have gotten the contract. If the jury agrees, they say yes. And then they're told they would get a jury instruction that say the damages, that fraud attaches to every invoice. So they fill in the jury verdict, $1 billion. And then after that, the act itself requires that it be tripled. And the reason is because oftentimes in these cases, the damages is hard to assess for the government, particularly in the defense industry. If some company's handling a contractor, they have a prime contractor and they're sharing technical data with the subcontractor, they're handling intellectual property worth billions. Some of these programs are hundreds of billions of dollars that our government has spent to develop that program. And if they're using that information to build some part of the rocket or build some part of the weapon system and a foreign country gets a hold of that, the damages are that we've given away intellectual property, billions of dollars that the taxpayers have paid for, and it's very hard to calculate the damage. And of course, the other part of it is if some rogue country or whatever to use that technology against us, or men and women in battle face, are put at a disadvantage because some country now knows how to neutralize our weapons. It's devastating, particularly with the hypersonic technologies that are coming out. I mean, those things, if you looked at those, are very scary, the hypersonic technology, because it's going to be the whole next Cold War, the countries that have that type of technology, because no one right now knows how to counteract it.
I appreciate very much everything that you said, Greg. I've been in this industry, and I learned a lot from you just in this conversation. Just so if I understood it clearly, what you said, and I understand the law is that you can be fined up to the size of the contract that you have been awarded times 3, that the judge has his hands tied, that will assign a multiple of 3 times that contract or whatever it was, the fraud element. So that's huge. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. Whether it's a $5,000 contract or a $5 billion contract.
What a fascinating set of questions, Brian and Greg, and answers and your sage advice. I'm thinking about the False Claims Act and why defense contractors should have been concerned with the business risk. Brian, what advice would you give to maybe people that are sitting in a similar situation that you're sitting in, where they're security practitioners or people in the business, and they just feel like they're struggling with the compliance element and getting recognition for the compliance element? How would you walk through some of that situation that you've already been through?
Well, I can tell you from going through this for nearly 6 years now, it certainly hasn't been easy. It's been the complete opposite of that. It's been extremely stressful through the entire process. I did lose my job with the organization through trying to do the right thing. and have gone through a whole lot of different things with this. And the world within the last decade went through a dramatic change and an understanding of what whistleblowing is potentially. And there's a very poor example of whistleblowing where it was done completely improperly. They didn't follow any of the processes, and all the material that they talked about was then made public, which caused more damage to the government as a whole. With my situation, I was put in a very awkward position, and I had to make a choice. But before I was even put in that position, I was at the time given clearances and trust by the US government. And so I had to do what was right for the government regardless, or they'd never trust me again. And so I went through the proper process within the whistleblowing component, in this case, a key TAM case, with Greg's assistance. And we approached this completely under seals with the US District Attorney. There was no public acknowledgement, no public information of this. We were all very quiet about this. It went through proper procedures. There were many organizations, government organizations brought into this. This was all completely sealed. And then was released to the public later. In the end, if you're put in a situation that is, really challenging or impossible, the only thing, in my opinion, that you can do is the right thing. And whether that loses your current job or whatever it is, if I had done that, I would never work in the defense space again. In this case, I still currently work in the defense space on a regular basis, and I'm a trusted individual within the defense space because of that. And so I would just say, if you put in that situation, you need to do the right thing.
They say courage are those people that don't stay silent when they know what the right thing is to do. So I really applaud you for your courage and your tenacity in doing what you believe is correct and right. Greg, maybe you can help us understand, if I'm a company and I'm struggling as a company, as an owner, actually being compliant. Maybe I signed up for a contract and I really didn't understand what I was signing up for, and maybe really simply can't actually do it. So, and maybe it's not true, maybe that's not real, but let's say in the mind of that company, they are struggling with profitability or solvency and so forth. What would your advice be to them?
Well, yeah, these things are a struggle for not only small, for large companies, for small companies, so it is a challenge. And I think the government understands the challenge. What we shouldn't assume is just because you're not compliant, it's not, foregone that you're going to be hit with a False Claims Act. The False Claims Act has to really do with the disclosures that you make to the government. Where you get into trouble is when you're not forthcoming and you misstate things and you don't disclose things. The best protection you can have is when you enter that contract and as you go through viewing contracts to be forthright in what you're saying. And the government understands that smaller companies have issues, and they try to, the idea is the government wants to work with these companies. Maybe you can't be totally compliant with some requirement, but the Act talks about doing it through other equivalent measures. I think there's an attitude among the Department of Defense and the government where they want to come alongside and help a company if they're not compliant, rather than find out that they haven't been compliant. There's been huge damage that's occurred. One analogy I have is this: when you think about when you sell your house and you get that real estate disclosure, and there, does a roof leak, does the toilet work? You're checking off those boxes, and we all have that sense like, gee, I don't want to check that because the person might not buy your house. Well, that's exactly the thing you have to disclose when you're working with the government, because if you know in your mind it might affect the government or a decision, then it's material to that contract. And the way you protect yourself is to be able to go back and show when the government comes later to say, well, I told you about that. Here's the form. Here's where I checked. Here's what I told you. Then there's no False Claims Act. And just because you're not fully compliant or you're struggling in areas doesn't mean you're not going to get the contract. But if you're not going to get the contract, it's better to find out now rather than do 5 years of work on the contract and find you owe all the 3 times the money you got back to the government. So the real area for as far as avoiding False Claims Act liability is not only complying, but making sure your disclosures are forthright, candid, and honest. There may be an excuse for not being compliant, but there's really no excuse for somebody being just dishonest.
It's funny, Greg, as you're talking, it's you go back to what mom and dad told you to do, right? Just be honest and be truthful and be transparent. And that'll keep you safe or on the side of safety throughout it all. That's wonderful advice, sage advice.
And also the penalties under the False Claims Act. You mentioned a company, if they got into contract not compliant, coming forward and working with the government, the way the False Claims Act works, first of all, they might not come after you at all under the act, or where companies voluntarily disclose, even if they're caught and then are candid at that point, the penalties are less. But the real problems occur is when you just try to continue to hide everything.
Wonderful. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. So maybe I'll leave you both with this final question. If you could just give our constituency base of defense contractors, what would be your suggestion in them starting out in their compliance journey? Like, let's suppose for a second that they've struggled with their compliance journey and they've been trying to more check the box than really live in a compliant world. What final words would you have for them? Brian?
Well, I think that every organization needs to think with the end in mind. What is their goal? So if they want to work with the US government and they're looking at this policy and these regulations, what level do they need to be compliant with? 1 through 5. Where do they actually need to be? And then from there, when you know what your goal is, then you need to really spend some time assessing where you are. And when you understand where those gaps are, then you can build a strategy to close those gaps and work through all of those components.
Yeah, right.
From that, it's really another business decision. Do you build or do you buy? So do you do it in-house? Do you have the staff that has the time to do all of the policy writing, the technical process, all of the components there? Or do you have a third-party company come in and help you that does nothing but this? Do you build your own templates? Do you use somebody else's templates? Do you build and budget for all the technical components? There are so many things that are required as part of this regulation that people overlook. It's really important to do this right. And so it really are those 3 pieces, in my opinion.
Love it. Thank you, Brian. Greg, any final thoughts on your side?
Yeah, I think the important thing to keep in mind is, with all these, certifications and audits and Brian, people are checking off boxes. It's important to keep in mind the overall reason for these regulations. The DFARS clause, the first thing talks about before it gets to all the requirements is that a defense contractor has an obligation to provide adequate security, which means they have to look at the probability of loss if they don't comply and what are the consequences of that loss. So we know in defense with the sort of technology that we're dealing with, the consequences of losing that technology, could be devastating. A question that you need to ask yourself is not just checking the boxes, but look at your organization and think to yourself, if this were my bank or my credit card company, would I be comfortable with them having my personal information, my social security number, or whatever stored on this system? That should be a level where if you personally would not be comfortable with storing your personal information, that's a huge wake-up call that the government shouldn't be storing information there. So
nice
look at the practical goal rather than just checking the boxes. Is it adequate? Because you could check all the boxes, and if there's one thing that's vulnerable, that's a huge problem, checking 100 other boxes doesn't do any good.
It's a great advice, really super sage advice. So I thank you both for the wonderful introduction of this concept into the CMMC Con, for your rich contributions to the industry at so many different levels. and for helping us move forward. I certainly hope that people from the conference reach out to you individually and thank you for what you're doing and how you're doing it. And honestly, I think you guys are both great Americans for helping us all become better at doing this. Thank you very much for your contributions, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Bye now.
Thank you.
Carl, Gregory, Brian, thank you all for the eye-opening session around the consequences of noncompliance and defense contractor exposure to the False Claims Act. So now that we've touched on the legal exposure around noncompliance, what about the evolving threat landscape? Why is the government legally mandating all of these cybersecurity controls? What's the threat? Well, our next speaker has served in senior positions of strategy and diplomacy within the Defense and State Departments for more than 26 years. He retired as a brigadier general. He was the chief architect for the Trump administration's widely praised national security strategy and the senior director for strategy to the president at the National Security Council. He is a national security expert, a patriot, entrepreneur, and the CEO of Secure EMP-Resistant Edge, Sempre. He's also possibly the most qualified person on the planet to speak to us today about China's role in the theft of intellectual property across the defense industrial base. Please join me in welcoming retired General Robert Spalding.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm looking forward to all the meetings that are going to happen today and the conversation. Really looking forward to discussing our future and current threat landscape. One of the most consequential things to have happened recently was the new AUKUS agreement. The AUKUS agreement really ushers in this idea of a bipolar world. If you've been following that in the news, the narrative really has been about the upset French with regard to the sale of nuclear sub-technology from the U.S. to Australia. The submarine that the French were supplying was a diesel-electric submarine. The configuration was turning out to be very complicated and really didn't suit the needs for Australia, considering the rise of China. But it's broader than that. It's not just about the French being upset about losing a contract to Australia. It's not about a fracturing of the alliances that came after the end of World War II. It's really about setting the course for the future. And if you recall, back in 1946, there was a famous trip made by an ex-government official from the UK to the United States, and he ended up giving a speech in St. Louis. This speech became known as the Iron Curtain speech. And Churchill spent a lot of time working with Harry Truman, going over what he was going to say. He talked to the Secretary of State and the Undersecretary, who had some minor comments to make on the speech. But overall, they agreed with the sentiment. It's important to note at the time that Europe was not in agreement with what Churchill said. And in fact, much of the United States was not in agreement at the time. We had just come out of World War II. Nobody really was interested in facing down the Soviet Union. And most people, both in Europe and the United States, didn't even see the Soviet Union as a threat, much less an authoritarian system. In fact, there was widespread belief that the Soviet Union could be very much like the United States in terms of having democratic principles. At the same time that Churchill was making his trip to the United States for this famous speech, something called the Long Telegram was making its way from Moscow to Washington, D.C. So George Kennan wrote the Long Telegram, and it's something that national security strategists continue to read to this day because it laid out the challenge that we face with the Soviet Union, the challenge that the Soviet Union presented to the free world. And this idea of an international order governed by the UN or mediated by the UN is perhaps a better term, and how the Soviet Union was going to run counter to that ideologically. Kennan laid out the challenge of the Soviet Union, as did Winston Churchill in St. Louis during his Iron Curtain speech. Now, that was probably, if you had been alive at the time, would be something like maybe even less noteworthy than what's going on here with the AUKUS agreement. But nevertheless, it is considered, both of those things, the Iron Curtain speech and the long telegram. It's basically, they are seminal moments in this turn towards a bipolar world. And I think, rather than thinking about the disagreement with the French with regard to the submarines, we should begin to look at the AUKUS agreement as another seminal moment as we go away from this multipolar world, which really, it was unipolar. Now it's gone more multipolar to more of a bipolar system. And you're seeing that with the rise of the Belt and Road Initiative, and then certainly with the disagreements internationally with regard to how we should treat Huawei. The agreement itself is really focused on technology. Things like artificial intelligence and quantum are going to feature much more prominently in the relationship between the US, Australia, and the UK in the years to come. And that's what the agreement ushers in. In fact, the submarines is not really a key feature of that. One of the things that we should be aware of with regard to the submarine is the fact that it really talks about the underlying strategic challenge that we face in the Indo-Pacific. What are we talking about here? Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party has many times talked about its need to reclaim Taiwan. And as Xi Jinping has been in power now, going on what looks like to be a third term, the aggressiveness with which China has approached Taiwan, India, and other countries on its border, and really with regard to the Indo-Pacific writ large, the islands in the South China Sea, it's becoming clear, much more clear than it was when Deng Xiaoping talked about biding time and hiding capability. It's much more apparent that there's going to be a military edge to the expansionism practiced by the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. But it doesn't necessarily have to lead to the type of conflict that we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in fact, it's likely that we can evade that, but only by thinking about something that we haven't thought about in 30 years, and that's nuclear deterrence. So how do we prevent war? How do we make sure that competition stays in the areas that don't allow for conventional conflict, where bombs and bullets and certainly destruction and death have to be a part of. In fact, when you think of the two wars that preceded the Cold War, World War I and World War II, the level of destruction and death from conflict is exponentially smaller and has stayed so. Part of the reason for that has been the ability for governments like the Soviet Union, now Russia, and China and the United States and other nuclear powers to recognize the terrible nature of nuclear weapons and the fact that it's probably not a good idea to get into conflict. And in fact, where Milley's comments really get to the heart of with regard to his call with China, it's really about maintaining stability in terms of confrontation and crisis. And so, the U.S. government worked very hard in the Obama administration on the confidence building measures to ensure that, when the People's Liberation Army and the U.S. military met at sea or in the air, that we ensured that we were abiding by an idea where we didn't want to have crisis lead to confrontation. In fact, when I got to Beijing in December of 2016, within a week, I was involved in a very severe crisis when the People's Liberation Army took one of our unmanned underwater vehicles in the South China Sea. I was involved with negotiating that. And I can tell you for a fact that the U.S. government and the Chinese government were very, very concerned about crisis leading to confrontation. So what does the AUKUS agreement portend for the Indo-Pacific? Well, it's likely that many of the deterrent features that were in the first Cold War, but mostly centered on Europe, will see that come to play within the Indo-Pacific. And we should be hopeful that that is the case, because nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence tend to focus confrontation and competition really in other areas like technology, like data, like artificial intelligence, like quantum computing. And so as the AUKUS agreement really begins this effort to rekindle a bipolar world and really sets the strategic framework for how we will address this competition, and it's primarily an ideological competition, then we have to wonder, what does it portend for the rest of the world in terms of what do we think about peacetime day to day? How do we consider that in our lives, in our businesses? How do we consider that in our strategies with regard to how we grow our businesses and protect our intellectual property? This is going to be where the weight of the second Cold War is really felt. One of the things that in talking to strategists like Henry Kissinger and others about the world of the 20th century and the first Cold War is this idea of geography as a defining matrix for competition. In other words, there was a constant recognition of the importance of geography to the overall strategy. Things like the Fulda Gap, the domino effect in Southeastern Asia. These were all considerations of the 20th century, and really it were considerations of a much more militarily focused strategy. That's not going to be the case this time. This time, it's much more about data and the use, or better yet, the misuse of data. How is data going to be manipulated and misused to create influence and disinformation? How is it going to be used to acquire intellectual property and to undermine the fabric of civil society and democracies? Well, interestingly enough, we've gotten a big dose of that over the last 2 years. If you take a step back and you go back in time to the beginning of or the end of 2019, there was, as we know now, there was recognition within China that there was a spreading virus. And that virus was leading to pneumonia-like cases in hospitals around Wuhan. China was dealing with that at the time. It's likely that the senior leadership in Beijing were aware. Yet there was no notice made to the World Health Organization or any other global health organizations or the CDC about this challenge, even though it's believed that some of the attendees for the military games that were held in November in Wuhan got infected from that virus. And so there was, here is an example of the complete lack of continuation with the type of system that was envisioned after World War II, and that really we led during the Cold War. And that was this idea of the focus on facts and transparency, on rule of law, on the United Nations being a forum for promoting these principles. In fact, what we've seen is the exact opposite. Now, I think 4 of 15 agencies within the United Nations are led by Chinese candidates, one being Tedros for the World Health Organization. And as we saw in January, Tedros, in fact, at the behest of the Chinese Communist Party, kept this spreading pandemic under wraps as people that were infected were leaving China and going to all points of the globe. So as the pandemic accelerated, this disinformation campaign and influence campaign took on completely different aspects that are probably could not be conceived of at the time. For example, the report that said over 2 million Americans would die comes out of the Imperial College of London, not a Chinese university, but a university in London, where in 2015 Xi Jinping visited, and the Chinese Communist Party began to give funds to do things, among which were epidemiology research. So that biased report that came out, I think it was March of 2020, and which I read at the time and recognized that the data coming out of Italy about what was happening with regard to the virus and the numbers that they were projecting in that report were completely off kilter. And if you go back and look at that, the Imperial College of London has been consistently biased towards more deaths in their reporting since. What else was coming out about that time from China? This idea of people falling down on the street and really not being able to catch themselves. But if you go back and look now at those videos, they're still available online. They actually are catching themselves. And so what we had was an ability, a report that created fear and social media that inflamed fear. And then that became embedded in our media and political systems. And it exists today. It continues today. And the effort by the Chinese Communist Party to use all the powers and levers of that Silicon Valley created, after the end of the Cold War, have been used in force to create and perpetuate this idea of fear, and then to inform the policy making of both the World Health Organization and the Centers for Disease Control. Lockdowns, widespread lockdowns never existed. In fact, were not called for in any of the CDC's pandemic approaches or the World Health Organizations. In fact, the World Health Organization themselves said lockdowns have really never been tried before. You can go back and see the press release from the World Health Organization if you disagree. And so today we have a good idea of what this new world looks like, this new global competition, and what the threat really is. And the threat is really in defining what are facts, what is the truth, and in particular, how does a free society maintain some semblance of civility and social cohesion when an authoritarian or totalitarian regime is picking at the threads of that social cohesion. It's really about the infrastructure. And that's where I think the AUKUS agreement is beginning to point the way. How do we build the fabric of our IT systems? How do we protect our democracies? How do we protect our technology? These are the things that are going to feature in terms of what are the major muscle movements that have to happen in order for us to be successful. Because right now it is not clear that the free world will be successful in turning back authoritarianism. While democracies thrived at the end of the Cold War and for some time after that, there's been a flattening of that growth and in fact, a rollback and a decline of free societies. In fact, we're seeing that accelerate in the aftermath of the coronavirus, the decline in civil liberties and really the type of liberties that Americans and other people that live in democracies have come to know and respect. We're seeing a backsliding of that, and really there's an acceptance that it's needed, and it's really because of this fear that's been inflamed by very much of what the Chinese Communist Party has done. But then it's been amplified by our own media and political system. That's just a feature of democracies. And so how do we protect that? That's really going to be the job of the people that are tasked with dealing with this new Cold War, the new Cold War that's focused around data, the use of data, artificial intelligence, quantum. Where does quantum play in that arena? Well, this idea that there is data being siphoned off right now as we speak today, and in anticipation of a quantum computer that's strong enough to break the RSA encryption. And in fact, we know that is going on. So we need to incorporate, and we really have to do this much like with the kind of fervence that we dealt with Y2K. We need to begin encrypting with using quantum, post-quantum secure regimes. And we're not talking about quantum key distribution here, which is a much more fragile technology. What we're talking about is quantum random number-based encryption, where a quantum computer is not going to be able to crack. There are several companies now that are beginning to introduce encryption like that. We need to look at them. We need to, figure out which ones are the ones that can carry us through and actually stand up to scrutiny. And the NIST really has to lead the way on that. And we have several efforts on that. But when you think about where we're at in terms of a country right now, or even as a free world, we're lagging behind where we need to be. We need in place standards for quantum secure encryption, and that's a huge importance. Artificial intelligence. Why is that such an important technology? Well, when you think about what Kai-Fu Lee says, who's one of the leading thought provokers and leaders in China with regard to artificial intelligence, worked for Google, and is now wrote a book called The AI Superpower. When you look at what he says in subsequent comments, what he talks about is this idea of the Saudi Arabia of data. China seeks to become the Saudi Arabia of data. And in fact, the President Trump was told by the leadership in China that they believe that they are going to have preeminence in artificial intelligence. And in fact, whoever has preeminence in artificial intelligence will be the top dog, and they will get to dictate the terms of the systems. And so that is what this idea of Saudi Arabia of data means to China. It means the ability to dictate the terms of the international order. And in fact, they are proceeding along that route. If you look at the companies themselves, companies like ByteDance or SenseTime, the artificial intelligence is really quite good. The ability to take TikTok data that's been gleaned from your phone and then serve up videos that will keep you captivated for hours is built into the ByteDance algorithms. What else is built into this TikTok ByteDance environment? Well, it's the ability to serve up videos that you will continue to watch, but that subtly send a message that the Chinese Communist Party wants you to hear. In fact, if you go on TikTok today, you can go and find these videos. And it's many different people from different walks of life with different backgrounds, but they're uttering the exact same terms. They're saying the exact same thing. They're reading essentially from a script that has been produced for them. And so TikTok, ByteDance really work to create this environment where they understand your what you like and then begin to serve videos. That's just one use of where technology is going. 5G is not the main problem there. There is just the ability of your device to take data from you and then use that data to influence to create algorithms to influence your decision making. But it gets bigger and it gets broader. And in fact, in China, the social credit score really takes that idea and spreads it throughout society into everything it permeates everything that goes on. So cameras that are powered by artificial intelligence to track your movements, to see what you do. In fact, today cameras can be used to not just recognize somebody, they can recognize actions. Has somebody fallen and gotten hurt? Is somebody entering a door that they shouldn't be doing? Is somebody doing some kind of action that they shouldn't be doing at the time? All these things can be determined using machine learning and streaming video, and that can be incorporated in part of a broader system to surveil and control the population. Things like contact tracing can be in some ways very positive for the population, but in other ways can really lead to a decline in civil liberties. For instance, GDPR data today that's collected with regard to software development kits for smart devices and ad data that is used to serve up ads to your device really can be combined to create a landscape where you have full understanding of a person, a group, a geographic location. You can go to any base in the military and figure out who's who on the base just by taking some of that data and doing some very rudimentary analysis. You can find out where the commander lays his or her head at night, where they're traveling to. You can find out where airplanes are deploying to. You can find out where ships are deploying to. You can find out literally everything you need to know about the operations of the Department of Defense just by relying on rudimentary analysis, software development kits, and data, and ad data. And this is something that can be automated, this type of analysis, to provide alerts about, deployments and other things. So that's just what's freely available data on the open market. And we're not talking about Huawei equipment that's siphoning data back to China. We're just talking about what's freely available there on the open market. So when you think about that in terms of not just a national security sense, but in terms of how do you protect your business when your business can be entirely attacked in this way or surveilled, and then to look for vulnerabilities. And then, in fact, that's what you can do is find vulnerabilities, find vulnerability people, find, people like, your network administrator and what they're doing, and potentially, gain some kind of knowledge that would be used to put them under duress, and then gain access to passwords or something for a network. These are all capable and, available today to anybody, really the highest bidder that puts money towards this data. It's really about how we harness it and use it. Beyond that, if you take a God's eye view of the United States or any democracy for that matter, the way that we deployed infrastructure for the mobile arena is itself vulnerable. In fact, we found that out during the Christmas bombing down in Nashville last year, where Nashville or Tennessee and surrounding states lost E911 and mobility for almost 2 weeks, just by a contractor that formerly worked for AT&T setting off a bomb near their switching center and taking the network offline. If you take that God's eye view of the United States today, there's a lot of single point failures in our system. Now, AT&T rushed mobile network nodes to get that stood back up, and they had operations going, by the end of 2 weeks. But the problem remains that we have a very vulnerable system that has been highly centralized, highly co-located, and is derived from a hub and spoke platform. At any cell tower, there is a room at the base of the cell tower where the baseband units are stored. And there's many data centers where baseband units are stored for networks. Those baseband units are common areas for network service providers. So depending on who's built your network, they have access to anybody else that has radios, installed at the top of that tower. So right now, our platform, as it currently exists, is incredibly vulnerable to siphoning data, regardless of what we're talking about with the SDK data and ad data. So we have an open system in terms of attack. So if you're trying to protect data in the United States, it's going to be very difficult. And then finally, the what are the benefits of 5G, and how can you secure those benefits to a free people? Well, really, it's about how do you prevent that data from being siphoned and then turned around and misused in ways that are counter to our system. So we've been talking about mobile devices, but when you start to deploy cameras and microphones and other devices throughout the environment, then that collection of data really starts to come from those devices and not your mobile phone. So even if you've heeded all the lessons of mobile security, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be protected, because artificial intelligence is going to power those systems that are connected, and that those videos of you doing things are going to be shared by someone, stored somewhere. GDPR, Global Data Protection Regulation, was meant to protect you from that kind of intrusion into your privacy. But what we found is, even with GDPR data, just based on some rudimentary analysis, you can take that data and then identify who somebody is. How does that work? Well, say somebody works on the flight line at Barksdale Air Force Base and they go home every night. Well, you can see that, and then once they begin to go to a place where you can determine who lives there, who owns the place, who's rented the place, for a hotel room, then you can quickly correlate an identity with that device, and then it just becomes a tracking exercise then. So it's really about putting different disparate sets of data together, and 5G really enables this at scale. It enables it at scale in a way that the mobile phone environment gives you some aspect of, but there's stuff that you're not going to be able to get. But in the 5G world, you're really going to have that. So how do you protect that? How do you protect AI? How do you ensure that the AI algorithms for facial recognition, say if you walk into a 7-Eleven, pick up a bag of chips and walk out and get charged for paying for those chips, all using a camera and an algorithm, how do you ensure that all that data about what you did in that store is kept private and it's anonymized? Well, that's something that is going to have to be built into the platform to protect AI. And if you don't build that in, then you're creating this world where it's very easy to manipulate you. How is it easy to manipulate you? Take that data and aggregate it over your life, aggregate it over a week, over a year. And then when you recognize some of the things that are happening today in our society, which are actually quite prevalent in China, where you can see that if you say did something that somebody doesn't approve of, you could find yourself fired. You could find yourself kicked out of your university. You could find yourself not able to go into a place of business. These are all things that we've seen in the last 2 years that are built into this framework of surveillance at scale, and then the ability to use that data in other ways. Endemic to this rise of technology and this focus away from geography and onto data is this ability to globalize political warfare. And that's really what we're talking about. The Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army are by and large experts at political warfare. Now, where the United States and in particular people like myself were trained to understand how you apply violence to achieve a political outcome, this is foreign to us. I was never taught about political warfare in any of my professional military education. I was a B-2 pilot during the Kosovo War. I helped plan missions there. I watched as over that 2-month war how we used B-2s in joint direct attack munition, 2,000-pound GPS guided bombs to, in the beginning, take out empty barracks, or ammo dumps, but then later, during the last 2 weeks of the war, how we had defined the network supporting Milosevic, the elites in the country, and how we systematically began to take out assets belonging to those elites. Within 2 weeks of that process starting, the war was over and Milosevic was at The Hague. How did that happen? Well, it was really understanding the network within Serbia that was supporting Milosevic and then making those people pay a political price. So that is, the type of warfare that I was taught as a B-2 pilot and throughout my professional military career. That is not the way that the Chinese Communist Party or the People's Liberation Army think about warfare. They think in terms of politics. In fact, the way the Chinese Communist Party was able to win the civil war in China was by undermining the faith and confidence of the Chinese people in the Nationalist Party that was ruling China at the time. The Nationalist Party fled to Taiwan, and while Taiwan stayed a single-party system for a long time, today is the most thriving democracy in Asia. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party has continued to dominate its own borders, but then with the introduction of the Silicon Valley technology and globalization, has increasingly spread its influence or disinformation and influence outside of its borders. And I already talked about that, how that works today. But it only accelerates going forward. And in fact, one of the things that you recognize is the easiest way for the Chinese Communist Party to influence our political system is through the corporate, the U.S. corporations and other multinational corporations of the free world. Companies that are in China, like Huawei, don't have to lobby the U.S. government for access to our markets. They can get their suppliers to lobby for them. In fact, the biggest lobbyists for Chinese companies in Washington, D.C. and other capitals around the world are the corporations that actually want to have access to Chinese markets. One of the things I learned very clearly in Washington, D.C. is that policy is very much a process between the corporate sector and Washington, D.C. And in fact, the corporate sector has enormous influence on the policymaking process in Washington, D.C. All China did was figure out a way to harness so that those corporations were incentivized to use that political process to achieve outcomes that China wanted. And whether that has to do with tariffs or whether that has to do with entity lists or whether that has to do with listing their stocks on U.S. stock exchanges, whether that has to do with the ability of institutional investors like pension funds to invest in Chinese companies, whether that has to do with venture investment into U.S. startup, high technology startups. These are all things that are featured with our globalization and internet connectivity. So not only can the Chinese Communist Party reach out and influence our corporate sector, given the tools of Silicon Valley, they can reach out at the individual level. So if you think about the way that the West practiced war, theorists like Clausewitz and Jomini, and more recently like John Boyd and the author of the first Gulf War strategy with his 5 wings theory, John Warden. There's a recognition that military force should be used on the leaders to affect their decision calculus to achieve a political outcome. And this was the way that we addressed, again, the Kosovo War. One of the things that Warden notes, and it's pretty much taken for a gospel, is that you never, as a particular from an airplane standpoint, you never go after the population. The population is the hardest to go after. In fact, if you do go after the population, their tendency is to get mad at the attacker, not at their government. And that is counter to achieving a good political outcome in a war scenario. Well, in the case of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army, using the tools of Silicon Valley, they can actually go directly to the population itself and begin to change the perceptions and motivations and decision-making of the population. How does that work in China? Well, it really works through this idea of self-censorship, this idea that you conform your behavior to the pattern that the party wants because you know that it will have a negative impact on your person if it doesn't. It starts in kindergarten, where kids fight to get awarded the red sash. The red sash signifies that they are the best communists in class, and all the they get all the benefits. And then if you're a nonconformist or you don't work hard, then you get less or you get punished. And really, it starts then and continues on throughout society, down to today, where you have the social credit score. And so people are continuously and positively reinforced that, if they do what the Chinese Communist Party wants, they will be rewarded. We are seeing elements of that in our society today. You are judged by what you say, how you think, and anything you can or say and do can, and in many cases, will be held against you. You could find yourself censored on social media. You could find yourself fired. In fact, we're looking at literally tens of thousands of medical professionals are getting fired, as we speak in New York for not wanting to take vaccinations. So this is an effort that technology and globalization and this ability to be interconnected with other authoritarian regimes ensures that ability to reach across borders, much like me and a B2 and a JDAM from the United States to Serbia. Now that happens at the speed of light. It took something like 30 hours to get to Serbia from Missouri. Now you can do these things at the speed of light, and you can do them at scale in the population. You can slowly begin to pick at the fabric of social cohesion using many of the technologies that were designed to sell more shoes, and that is endemic to the system that we have. So we have a severe challenge. It's a technology challenge. It's a challenge that we're going to have to rise to as a people, not just in the United States, but in countries around the world. We're going to have to understand how we protect infrastructure, how we protect data, how we ensure things like AI and quantum are integrated in our lives in ways that promote the principles and values of our democracy, or we risk losing it. I think I'd like to say a little bit about the necessity of space in all of this. One of the things I looked at when I was in the White House studying 5G was this idea of backhaul and using space for backhaul for telecom networks. Now we see the deployment of large constellations like Starlink, like OneWeb. These are incredible, technology and infrastructure deployments that have the potential of spanning this divide and creating that kind of global fabric for connectivity. But what's the supply chain? Who controls it? Who has access to it? How is it protected? How is it secured? These are all things that, quite frankly, it's as we move from this era where government controlled space to one where it's being much more commercialized. This ability to protect the infrastructure of space is not built into the world of Silicon Valley, which is now extending into space. So not only now do we have this terrestrial world that has been built and filled with insecurity and the ability to leverage for global political warfare, now the space environment is going to be brought into it. And so while it does have the potential of lifting humanity, it also has the potential for creating future challenges for humanity in terms of democratic systems. countries like the United States are increasingly relying on the commercial sector to put up its space assets as well. So how that is hardened and made resilient and secure and survivable is a key component of sovereignty and national security. And it's not entirely clear at all how that is going to be done in a commercial sense to ensure that when you need access to space, you have access to space. These things like high performance computing, cloud and virtualization, telecommunications, space and satellite, and security, all are at the cornerstones and foundations of how we build a more secure future. And yet they, as you look around the landscape there, that technologies, those capabilities, that expertise is primarily now in China for the most part, or aligned with China. It's not brought together in a way that is comprehensive in terms of security or reliability or survivability. And so this ability to harness data about people and then leverage it in ways that are counter to the founding principles of our democracy is a key challenge. And space is going to be that element of extra added threat that we see for this competition that, quite frankly, wasn't featured in the last one because government, for the most part, owns space. So as you bring these systems together, what should we be looking for in terms of how do we cope? How do we preserve our republic in the face of all this? Well, the national security strategy really focused on these ideas of protect, rebuild, and inspire. And even though the words aren't in the national security strategy, I can tell you, as having worked on it, the intent was written into it. Protect. What does that mean? It really means about protecting institutions of our democracies, our technology, our different areas of our society, like academic, political, economic, financial, trade, industrial base, manufacturing, infrastructure. It's about really protecting all those things from the predations of those that would seek a different system for the world. And so things like going after scientists in academia who are simultaneously doing work for the Department of Defense and the People's Liberation Army. That's an important thing to do. There's a recent report that came out of the National Institute of Health that said 90%, fully 90% of their research was also going in conjunction with the Chinese. So 90% of their research for NIH was going to China. Things like, corporations who are employing Chinese nationals who have a requirement by the Chinese Communist Party to provide the type of information that will allow for civil-military fusion to rise in China. In other words, to power China's economy and their military. The fact that these Chinese nationals reside in nearly every corporation in the United States, and it's not because the challenge is not because of their race. It's really because of the system that they come from. It comes from an authoritarian or a totalitarian system where the Chinese Communist Party has enormous influence over their lives. So your ability to operate independently in China, it should be clear now that is not a possibility. The idea that corporations and companies who are doing business in China can find their employees be under duress for doing business in China. The two Michaels from Canada who were released almost at the same time that Meng Wanzhou's was released back to China. Yet we are made to believe, or meant to believe, that there was no quid pro quo. Maybe perhaps the Chinese Communist Party never told the Canadian government that they would release them directly. But it happened. Nevertheless, it happened. Also, there were two young Chinese kids, citizens of America, that had been held in China for 3 years and were recently released on the eve of Meng Wanzhou's release back to China. So this idea of hostage diplomacy is going to feature in something that, so protecting our citizens from those types of predations is heavily featured in the national security strategy, and something that we must put into place. In fact, today I'm very well aware that the corporate sector is constantly lobbying the U.S. government and Congress to take down these protections that were put in place beginning in 2018, and then dismantle them because it's harming business with China. So protecting is a key component of how we get around this, protecting our society, institutions, our technology. But then we can't stop there. Rebuilding is a key component of this. And that's where this AUKUS agreement, I think, really shines. This idea that we're going to take capital, and in fact, the United States has 40% of the investable capital of the world, and we're going to invest it in ourselves, in our allies and partners, in democracies, and we're going to build manufacturing or rebuild manufacturing. We're going to rebuild crumbling infrastructure, which today is rated a D by the American Civil Engineering Society. We're going to rebuild those things that help drive a productive economy. And in fact, this is very, very consistent with what we did during the Cold War. During the Cold War, we built things like the Eisenhower National Highway System, which, when you combined, over long-haul trucking, really has provided tremendous economic value to the United States. Only when it was built in the 50s, it was built as a means, in some respects, to provide for national security uses. So the fact that you could land airplanes on long stretches of the Eisenhower International Highway System was featured heavily in the marketing and in the political discussion with regard to where are we going to build this national highway system. We have to do things like that again. I advocated that it was very important that we had a national digital system that was hardened, survivable, and secure, much like the Eisenhower highway system. We needed a 21st century digital highway system. These are still things that are needed today, and rebuilding our country in these ways with technology, manufacturing, infrastructure. These are all very important and heavily featured in the strategy. But ultimately, they go nowhere without execution. The government, the political process has to work towards solutions that benefit the American people. And unfortunately, today, that it is less about the American people, and it's more about individual projects that don't really move the needle forward. So somehow we need to get the political process on board to really begin to rebuild this country. And then finally, inspire. The last part of it is really about looking outward and really understanding what makes somebody come to America. Why would somebody come to America? Why would they leave their country, the country of their birth, to come to America? What are they looking for? What do they want? And really understanding that is the true nature of this competition. And to the extent that we can tap into that we can harness that we can leverage that, then we're going to be fine. And really, it's about building the ability to live your life according to the precepts in the Constitution. Prosperity, liberty. These are all things that Alexander Hamilton and the other framers of the Constitution were looking. How can I live my life and raise my family and provide a better life for my kids? That is what immigrants come to America for. And that's the thing that we are fighting to preserve. But you cannot preserve that in an environment where you lose those principles and values because you have the ability for foreign nations and others to come in and subvert them. And that's what we unfortunately built after the end of World War II and the Cold War. And in terms of inspiring, it's far less clear that the United States is very inspiring around the world now for people. And why is that? Well, because in many ways we displaced our prosperity and our liberty. We displaced our manufacturing. We stopped investing in ourselves, and we started investing in China. And that was made for a national security reason. It was made in the flawed belief that if we could rebuild China in the way that we rebuilt Europe and Japan and Korea and Taiwan after World War II, that as they grew in prosperity, that they would become more like us. Unfortunately, we got out of the habit of actually tying what we did, who we invested in, how we did business to the principles and values that are enshrined not just in our Constitution or Bill of Rights, but also in things like the Atlantic Charter. The Atlantic Charter, which is all of one page, a document signed by Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt, really outlines the nature of the international political order that they sought to build after the end of World War II. And it still is a great template today for looking at the world order. I would say that the big challenge, though, is that we've moved beyond the world of geography and paper to the digital world that is much easier to subvert. It's much easier and much more cost effective for the Chinese Communist Party to employ millions to do social media monitoring and censoring and to inject influence and disinformation into countries around the world, and for the likes of Russia and Iran and North Korea to do the same. It's much easier for them to harness that global technology than was ever possible before. And in many ways, the way we designed it was counter to a democracy like our own. And it's we've created a digital space that's very freewheeling and almost a Wild West environment. So, inspiring people by living our best lives and being our best selves is increasingly difficult in this globally connected, globalized world. And so we're going to have to find a way to coexist with our allies and friends as well as our rivals, but do so in a way that promotes the principles of democracy and liberty, rule of law, free trade, the idea that people have the right to determine how they want to live. These are all things that we must figure out a way to promote in this environment, or we risk losing this second Cold War. So I have a fundamental belief that America and its allies and partners can rise to the occasion. We have faced challenges before. We will face challenges again. This challenge is an entirely new challenge, much like the aircraft changed warfare forever. The internet has changed it forever as well, and perhaps in a more destructive way from a societal perspective and from a democratic perspective than we've ever seen before. Airplanes have led to great destruction and death, and mostly that is a sad commentary on humanity. Yet we cannot shy away from humanity when we're thinking about this next evolution of warfare, which features global political campaigns. We must start to think more inwardly and more and much more strongly about what we believe and how we protect and preserve the sanctity of those beliefs, and how, most importantly, and this is probably the most critical, how we enable a society where we can agree to disagree and work together to promote the common prosperity and freedom of not only our society, but those societies that are allies and partners to us. And I think this is the piece that if we do a good job of that, you're going to see this idea that China provides a better model for societies around the world begin to die on the vine, and you're going to see once again the people, not necessarily the governments, but the people of societies looking towards the United States as the way that democracy should be. And you'll see once again, we'll be able to stand tall with allies and partners and show that democracy is a much better system than authoritarianism or totalitarianism. It might be more messy, but at the end of the day, it allows us to have a dialogue between us that enables for solutions to the problems that face us, whether they be medical solutions, whether they be technological solutions, whether they be societal solutions. We have the means within us and within our system to address those together in league with others, like-minded nations, and really as a people to rise to and to elevate the human condition. So thank you very much again for allowing me to participate. I enjoy the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today.
That is some frightening stuff. General Spalding has stitched together a sobering threat profile so comprehensive that the defense industrial base and really all of America should consider this a call to action. If now is not the time to act, when will it be? When is it too late? Tough questions that need answers. Clearly, the DoD has taken the lead in securing their supply chain with CMMC, and that's why many of you are here today. CMMC compliance, or meeting cybersecurity mandatory minimums, stands directly in the way of any revenue opportunities with the Department of Defense. So it's mission critical for national security and anybody who wants to do business with the Department of Defense. So who better to help us understand CMMC than author, CEO, and CMMC AB Vice Chair, Jeff Dalton. Jeff will be joined by Eric Noonan, CyberSheath's CEO, and I think you'll find the discussion and topics insightful and actionable on your journey to CMMC compliance.
Okay, Jeff Dalton, thank you so much for joining us. Julie, thank you for that wonderful introduction and sharing Jeff's background. Jeff, I want to jump right in because I know your time's valuable, and I really kind of want to get right to this. This is a session I know many people in our audience have been looking forward to. And first question out of the gate, frankly, being on the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification Accreditation Body, the CMMC, yeah, it really is. In addition to that, from the outside looking in, frankly, it looks like a pretty thankless mission. So tell me, what drew you into it initially and what keeps you going?
Well, thank you. Great question. And thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. It's great to finally be talking to you, Eric. Maybe from the outside it looks like that, but it really isn't a thankless mission. I was so excited to get involved with this because it was a way that I could really take so many of the skills I'd learned throughout my lifetime, going all the way back to the beginning to working for large companies and being a CIO and a CTO and development lead manager and all those different roles I played over the years and finally running my own company. It was kind of like a culmination of all of that. And there was a call put out for people that had, those kind of skills. And I thought, wow, this is such a great opportunity to give back. I love my country so much. I'm a very patriotic person. I really like to give back when I can. And, what a problem to solve. I mean, this is a problem that is it's a nationwide and national security problem. That's the problem of our age. And it's a tough problem to solve. And there's many different angles and many different tools and many different approaches. And I get to be involved with one of them, a big one. And it was a very exciting opportunity to not only get involved with something where I could really help the country that I love so much, but also meet and work with some of the most amazing, smartest, most capable people and most patriotic and dedicated people that I've ever met in my life. So it may appear to be thankless, but every minute of it is a joy.
Well, that's, touching on that theme of kind of national security and doing really something that needs to be done for the country. And there's, I don't know if there's a bigger problem set to try and attack than kind of generically cybersecurity in the supply chain. So it's one that if we can get this right, I think the CMMC-AB and the entire ecosystem can really move the ball forward significantly.
I think so. Yeah, it's a really interesting problem because it's multidimensional. It isn't just about national security. That's a very big part of it, but it's about capital. It's about intellectual capital. It's about there's a financial perspective. There's an intellectual property perspective. There's a copyright perspective, and our adversaries are attacking us on multiple fronts simultaneously. And it's what makes the problems, so critical and so interesting to solve because it's multivariant and there's so many different parts of it and they all have to come together.
That's actually a great segue to my next question, because I think that this ecosystem has brought a lot of diverse perspectives, opinions, solutions to the table. Some of them have made it to CMMC, some of them have not. But one that is very deeply embedded within CMMC is something you have a deep background with, the capability maturity model integration, CMMI. How did that experience lead to you playing such a prominent role with the CMMC rollout? And what can cybersecurity leaders who aren't familiar with CMMI, what should we take from that?
Sure. Well, from a foundational perspective, the CMMI and the CMMC have many similarities. They're obviously both models, and the definition of a model is sort of a view as to what good means, right? It's a definition of goodness. And the cool thing about maturity models is it gives you an evolutionary path to improvement. Because even though we tend to think of this as one big monolithic problem to solve, it's really a problem that beginners need to solve at their level, and then more intermediate performers, and then more senior, more experienced performers. They need to solve different problems at different levels of their evolutionary path. So the model itself is a really interesting way to do this. It's not, you hear people say, oh, it's just we don't need another framework. It's not really a framework as much as an evolutionary path to performance improvement in whatever it's about. So CMMI is about engineering. CMMC is primarily about cybersecurity and some engineering. So, the first part of it is the foundational piece is very similar. The really bigger piece for me was the ecosystem model was very similar. So, a lot of people have said to me, why don't we just put a model out in the street and, train a few assessors and have them go at it? And the answer to that question is 300,000. That's the answer to the question. Right? Because you can't just, put a book out on the street and say, everybody read it and then go off and solve the problem. If you're an engineer, and I think you have an engineering background, imagine it's 2026 and 300,000 companies have become assessed in level 3 of CMMC. What do you think that took? Well, it took thousands of assessors, which meant thousands of trainings, which means tons of training materials, which means examinations and people to review them. It means quality control. It means C3PO operations, including marketing and sales and invoicing and billing and all of those things. It includes a long pipeline of people who aren't assessors yet that are going to become assessors because we're going to need so many of them. And it's an ongoing audit process. And there's literally dozens and dozens of things that have to be in place for an ecosystem like this to be successful. So when people say, "Oh, it's just another framework," I'm like, "Well, hold on a second. The model is an important part, but it's only one part of the overall ecosystem, and it's the ecosystem that makes it real. The model, a standalone, is a great book. It's a book, though." And, not a very exciting book to read. It's not Game of Thrones, right? But it's the ecosystem part of it is really cool. And I was on the board of the partner board of the CMMI Institute for a long time. I was their chairman, and for about 10 years. And, I got a lot of exposure helping them grow that and make that business what it is today, which is very successful, and fantastic CEO there as well. And so that part of it is something that I'm really interested in. I'm an architect, or software architect by trade, so I'm always really fascinated by these ecosystem or architectural models. And so that part of it was very similar. So, I feel like I brought some of that to the table.
There's a lot in what you just said, but one thing, and I consider myself pretty up to speed on kind of CMMC and where it's going and kind of where it's come from for sure. But you said something I hadn't heard before, which I think is potentially super interesting and helpful more than anything to people in the audience today. Many times I hear conversations, well, CMMC wouldn't have stopped SolarWinds. It wouldn't have done this. It wouldn't have done that. And it's just always kind of from the negative. But, you said something about it being a model and that, different people, whether they're at the beginning, they're more advanced or they're super advanced, can kind of pick up the model at different places, and they have kind of different needs in where they are in the model, right, and where they grow into the model. And I think that's not a perspective I've heard, but I think that's a great way for somebody to look at it. So rather than saying, well, 130 requirements or, whichever level, and thinking of the big primes and all the resources they may have, for a small business, taking the view of, well, this is where I am in my maturity. How can I use the model with my resources? I think is a great perspective.
Yeah, that's the entire purpose of a maturity model, is to provide an evolutionary path to improvement. Because as much as we all want to think of ourselves as, 5-star performers, most of us aren't. And, I've been doing CMMI appraisals for about 20 years. And before that, I was, played all kinds of roles in technology. In CMMI, we don't have a level 1, but level 2 is the first one for some reason. I don't know why. And I always say to my colleagues, level 2 is where it's at. In CMMC, level 1's where it's at. If you look at a lot of the breaches and a lot of the problems companies are having with cybersecurity, it's not like really sexy stuff, technologically speaking. It's simple stuff like they guessed your password, or they use social engineering techniques to get you to reveal it, or it was a phishing scam. All of these things are like level 1. And so many companies don't have level 1 figured out, even though they might have in place some aspects of more advanced cybersecurity protection in place. A lot of the basics are missing. And this is true in CMMI and it's true in ISO. We tend to get focused really on this more interesting and exciting, let's call it, stuff to work on. And we kind of sort of soft pedal the things like, have we trained people right? And, what are all the different, procedures for signing into the building and badging and all of these things that really are responsible for a lot of the breaches and problems that we have. So I love CMMC being a maturity model like that. And I get asked this question a lot about SolarWinds too. Would CMMC have stopped SolarWinds? And the answer is, we don't know that. We don't know, right? But what CMMC does do is it gets us all talking about this problem of cybersecurity. And we weren't talking about it before. We, those of us that work in the field have been trying to get the attention of senior management for how many decades now, and trying to get funding and trying to get federal government to pay attention to it. Well, you know what? Now they're paying attention because there's a mandate in front of them. And if the mandate for CMMC did anything, it got everybody saying, oh, we have to pay attention to cybersecurity. Because when they say we need to get CMMC certified to bid, what they're really saying is we have to mature our cybersecurity profile in order to bid.
Yeah, and I think it was a brilliant, and I'm unaware of any other requirement anywhere that ties revenue as directly to cybersecurity basic hygiene. So the idea that you have to meet these mandatory minimums prior to contract award, prior to being able to kind of receive this revenue, it's a great way to drive change across an enormous supply chain.
Yeah, it's interesting because I hear people complaining about it quite a bit. And I just wonder, I'm like, well, how should we go to market in the supply chain, right? Yeah. Should we go to market without protection? So I don't know. It's just a funny conversation.
Yeah, I don't think it was better before. And I think I'm sure you've heard all of this, right? But so in that, and I think you're coming up on a couple of years now, what's most surprised you during your tenure on the CMMC AB?
It's been the passion at both ends of the spectrum. There's an intense passion both for and against it. there's people that are like, wow, we have to do this. This is so important. We had 150 people join our working groups voluntarily. Of course, the board members were all volunteers. We had an unprecedented amount of interest in the RP program and the RPOs. I mean, we have 3,000 or 4,000 people that are part of the ecosystem now. And, the growth of the business has been amazing. And for any first year startup, the other end is the people that don't want it, and they're equally as passionate. And, you only need to go as far as LinkedIn to see that passion, right? Yeah. And, sometimes it just gets downright, humorous, but, the amount of passion both for or against it's been amazing given the short amount of time that we've been operational.
Yeah, it is relatively short. And I've been in and around this for a long time, back when it was a voluntary set of requirements in 2008, 9, 10, and then it kind of morphed into 2015, the DFARS, and then it was self-attestation, but without an SPRS submittal, and now all the way to CMMC. And what I think is fascinating about that, and I've kept close to my heart throughout the journey, is the why behind CMMC. So whether it's right or wrong and the controls are right and why isn't this there, the why behind CMMC, and you touched on this earlier, kind of in how you feel about the country. I think it's unquestionable, but in your words, why is this so important?
Well, this is so important because we all have to get on the same page. Whether CMMC is fully correct or not is beside the point. Whether it's being implemented exactly how you would have implemented is besides the point. The point is we have a starting point, and the way they started it was brilliant, starting it with a maturity model that is by definition self-improving and updatable and improvable, and treating it as an evolutionary path where companies can start in one place and move up to another is brilliant. Really, when you think about the big picture, it's besides the point whether it's right or wrong because it can be improved and fixed once it's in place. So, it almost doesn't make any difference what model they put in place. I mean, the CMMC is great, of course, and it was written by great people. But the point is now we're all focused on it. And that was the intention, right, to get us all focused on it. And it certainly has done that. So I don't know. I think that we need to focus on getting this ecosystem off the ground, getting people connected to it, starting to do assessments, and then providing feedback back into the AB and the DoD on the experience so that we can make improvements and have continual improvement around it. I tell my CMMI clients that, it doesn't make any difference what process you put in place because you're going to improve it. Just put something. If you have nothing, put something. And something is better than nothing, usually, in this case. And some protection is better than no protection. It doesn't make any difference. Put something in place and then constantly improve it over time and make it better and better over the life, the life cycle until you get to the point where you're really doing a great job.
No, that kind of common sense sometimes an uncommon virtue, but I agree. And I use the health and wellness analogy all the time. Like, I don't know, maybe you should walk, maybe you should run, maybe you should do a HIIT workout. There's a lot you can do. Just start with something and then improve upon it and then improve upon it.
Now, that's funny you say that because I've struggled with weight my whole life. And I had a friend that said, why don't you just park your car further away? Right. And I did that. And he said, why don't you stop taking elevators? And I did that. And now I go to HIIT classes and CrossFit and, run and do all that stuff. So you got to evolve. You can't just, all these people that are saying, we want to be CMMC level 3. And I'm like, that's great. Really, that's really good. We want to be level 3 tomorrow. It's like, well, that's not going to happen. Right. Because it's evolution and it has to start somewhere.
Yeah, and of course, any more than you'd roll off the couch and qualify for the Boston Marathon. Right. You wouldn't just start with level 3. But the great thing, again, to the model is that you can work your way into it and kind of measure your progress as you go.
Sure. And there are companies in the world that are level 3 now. A lot of the bigs, run very, very active. And if they've been through NIST 800-171 assessments and audits, they probably are performing at level 3. But unless you've had that formal audit process in your history, chances are good that there's missing components that need to be addressed. So level 1 is a great place to start.
Now, with level 1 and level 3, obviously one of the big differences is CUI, controlled unclassified information. And a big focus for the Department of Defense has been on specifically the efforts to improve the protection of CUI, controlled unclassified information. My experience is that few, if any, contractors really know what CUI is. And if they have it, they don't know where it is on their network. Is there a chance that this whole effort is kind of being scoped too narrowly in a way that assumes a sophistication that few companies actually have in terms of identifying CUI?
Yeah, I don't know if it's being scoped too narrowly as much as people define it too narrowly. There's a lot outside of CUI that is contained within CMMC. There's a lot of things that don't have anything to do with CUI that are contained within CMMC, and we need to focus on those things as well. I mean, the practices in level 1 and level 2 are very important, and they result in, from my understanding, I don't do stats on this myself, but from people that do tell me that the vast majority of infiltrations are, level 1 and 2 practice related. In other words, the type of controls that are in level 1 and 2. But of course, it's just like with the CMMI, people want to focus on the higher maturity stuff because it's more interesting for them to work on. But the other part of the problem is I don't think that people really understand how to recognize CUI. Obviously there's people that do, and there's a lot of the big companies especially, but especially as the data gets pushed down to the second and third tier suppliers, I'm not sure that they even know they have it on their networks. So, it isn't really anybody's fault. It's just that they haven't had the experience and the training to really recognize it. And frankly, the government hasn't always, explained it well enough for them to really get it. And so I think we're going to see a couple of years of struggle with helping to identify, and probably some surprises when assessors go to see like, say, a tool and die shop or something and say, wow, are those the schematics for the entire wing assembly? Oh yeah, they gave it to us because they wanted us to size the screws, and then all of a sudden, then it all comes out. So I think we're going to have a few years of learning and a lot of clarification. But again, I hate to say this to people, but it's besides the point, right? Because the point is that without us going through that, we never would have learned. So let's learn it, and let's, take the punches now and get it figured out, and let's keep moving forward.
Yeah, perfect is definitely the enemy of good in this case. Yeah. You can study this thing, and maybe to some degree parts of the government and economy have studied it to death without any action. And if nothing else, and I just think that over the last 10, 12 years, I mean, the progress was glacial from kind of 2008 to 2015, the first DFARS. It happened, but it took forever. And then if you look at CMMC, I think was released in January 2020, law changed September 2020, 9 months. I mean, that's just, that's a historic pace. And so there's going to be some learning along the way, as you say, but we're better for it as a country, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there were a lot of moving parts, and, obviously with any startup activity, whether it's the AB or the CMMC or the new PMO office or Katie Arrington's operation, all of those things were new. And so anytime you have new activity and a lot of rapid activity, you have, some level of chaos and some level of rework and some level of confusion and misunderstandings. And that's how any startup on the planet works, right? So I was always surprised when I hear people say, boy, it seems chaotic over there. I'm like, well, no kidding. We're all working 300-hour weeks and running 100 miles an hour. Of course, there's going to be chaos, but it's really actually gotten very focused. The last 6 months have been very focused on all sides, and all pistons are really firing.
Yeah, and I think that that analogy to that of a startup is a good one because any startup you're expecting things to get done quickly, but I don't even think it would have been as quickly as it got done, which I think is in my lifetime just amazing for the size of the problem that we're trying to solve is incredible. So I think hats off to a lot of people who frankly put a tremendous amount of effort into it in all the years leading up to this, and also in the last couple of years. I mean, there really is a group of people who cares deeply about this problem and is working hard to solve it.
Yeah, I almost feel like we're crossing the starting tape of a race. Like the race starts when everything goes operational. But we've done the warm up, we've done the workout, the pre-work, gotten ourselves into shape, and we're just about ready for the race to kick off.
Yeah, that's great. Well, that means the soreness comes tomorrow, but that's okay. We'll get better for it.
That's right. Yeah.
So as an entrepreneur and a business owner yourself, I love to ask this question. So tell us how you would approach something like CMMC compliance if you were faced with something that stood in the way of your future revenues.
Yeah.
You didn't necessarily have a deep bench internally, if any bench at all, around cybersecurity or understanding the regulations. Where would you start and why?
Yeah, it's interesting. I get asked this question about CMMI all the time, and I think it's the same answer. I've given this some thought. This sounds somewhat heretical, I guess, but don't open the book. Don't read the CMMC model. Don't get hung up on meeting the practices, providing evidence. What we hear this all the time is, well, we want to use CMMI or CMMC or whatever model, ISO, whatever. Tell us what evidence to produce. And what they're doing is they're basically saying, how do I pass the audit? How do I pass the appraisal? Yeah. And so the first thing I would do as an entrepreneur is not worry about passing the audit. I wouldn't think about the audit, and I wouldn't think about the model. Remember, these models are nothing but a definition of goodness. Think of it that way. Now, are they incomplete? Yes. Are they mature? No. But they're the best definition of goodness we have. Right. So start thinking about what being good at what you do means. And in this case, it's cybersecurity, of course, but in my company's case, it's more engineering and software related. So what do the really great companies do? Well, they plan really well. These are CMMI metaphors. They plan really well, and they do great estimating, and they do code reviews, and they do peer reviews, and they have robust testing, and they do all these great things. Okay. Well, I should do those things too, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so what does a great cyber company do? Well, they have a great, cybersecurity. They have a great plan. They have great policies in place. They have the right hardware in place. Oh, let's do all that. Right. So really stepping back and saying, forget about these models. What does it take to really be the best at what we do in this area? Right. Because all these models it's a definition of goodness, starting with I'm just starting out being good, to I'm getting better at being good, to I'm really awesome at being good, right? Those are the three levels. And then beyond that, it's more about metrics. And focus on that. Focus on being really good. And once you start getting a handle on that, and you're measuring and you're validating that you actually are doing those things, then pull out the model and say, okay, how do we compare to this? Oh, we have a few holes here and there. We have a few holes here and there. Let's fill them in. But that's not what a lot of companies do. What a lot of them do is look at the model first and say, practice 1 says I must have a plan. Okay, you go make a plan. Practice 2 says you must have sign-in sheets at the door. Okay, go create some sign-in sheets. Instead of stepping back and saying, when someone walks into our facility, what are the things we should do to make sure that the security, that we have security? Oh, we have to know who's in the building. We have to have locks on the door. We have to have someone at the front or some way of verifying all these things. We know all these things, right? Well, let's make sure we're doing all these things, and then use that model as kind of a gap analysis tool to say, what do we miss? What can we improve on? And then use it to check yourselves over time to make sure that you're actually improving and getting better. And then, and only then, you should call up that auditor or assessor or appraiser and say, I think we're ready to have a level 3 appraisal now.
Yeah,
that's what I would do.
That's a great practical overview of, and it actually, frankly, I think, refutes all the arguments about kind of audit and just studying to pass the test. And because in the way you described it, you'll actually get better cybersecurity out of it, which is ultimately the purpose.
That's definitely the purpose. And, it's anytime you put an assessment, audit, whatever you want to call it, process between your company and a contract, you're going to have varying degrees of interest in improvement versus passing the test, right? Your vice president of business development is going to be focused like a laser on passing the test.
Sure.
Your CEO, your COO is going to be like, oh, we need to improve performance because that makes everybody's life easier and better, and we'll have less breaches, and then it'll be better for the company. And the CEO is sitting there she's trying to balance those two interests, right? So we'll often hear companies say, "Oh, we really want to improve, but as fast as possible."
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a lot of that, and you're going to have companies that say, honestly, we don't care about improvement. How can we just pass the test? And then we're going to have companies that are really focused on actually protecting the data and protecting national security. So we'll just have to see how that shakes out with CMMC.
Yeah, it's inevitable. It's a large enough community. You're going to have those varying degrees of seriousness. Now you said not to kind of jump right to the model and read the model, but for the companies out there in the audience and sometimes it's hard to believe, but we talk to companies every day who are just finding out about this, and kind of oftentimes it starts with we're almost the bearers of bad news. Like, hey, when did they come up with this, and why didn't anyone tell me? So where can those companies, any resources you'd point those companies to in terms of where they should start their journey to CMMC compliance?
Well, I don't think it hurts anybody to get basic training. When I say don't read the model, I mean, don't sort of slavishly follow it step by step and trying to do an implementation. But I think that we're about to see the opening up of the certified professional training, which is a really good cert for someone who wants to get involved and understand CMMC. But the AB also sponsors some training. They call it the registered practitioner training, and that's more of a high level view. So those are really good resources. But there's a ton of webinars out there. I've been on more than 100 this year. Webinars, high-level training, just search YouTube. There's so much out there. I haven't seen any good books about CMMC yet. I'm sure there are some. I just haven't seen them myself. But, there's a lot of resources on the web, and companies like yours that are, doing good things like this conference. I think there's lots of resources on the internet for this.
Now, tell me if you'd agree with this, Jeff, because one of the things that I find with resources when customers are kind of, and I understand, overwhelmed with some of the resources, I always encourage them, but I'd like to hear your view, even if it's counter, is there's a lot of content kind of that's inside baseball, right? Like the ISO flows into CMMC this way and incorporates this, and here's kind of the CMMC AB and describes the ecosystem, and it's all super interesting. But if you're focused on actually getting better at cybersecurity, maybe not the right place to start is kind of learning all the nuances of the ecosystem. And I kind of I encourage people to not try to become an umpire of kind of the CMMC league.
Yeah, I agree with that. I go back to what I said a few minutes ago and just reiterate that, don't worry. For me, I don't worry about any of that. I know it's out there, and I know people that know it all, and I can ask them. But I like to focus on. Remember another word we hear about used with maturity a lot is capability, right? So people struggle with the word maturity because they don't know quite what it means. Like, maturity model. Okay, well, I'm not sure. That means I'm going to get audited, right? But if you substitute in CMMI, we have the word capability built into it. So it's the capability maturity model. And while everybody focuses on the word maturity with CMMC, I like to get people focused on the word capability, because you're building capability. That's what you're doing. And going back to, trying to be as good as you can at whatever level you are, building the capabilities to protect your data is what you should be focusing on, not all the nuances and all the individual little things about passing the appraisal or the assessment. Focus on being as good as you can be at a given level. So I really want to focus on level 1. I want to be as good as I can at, basic cyber hygiene. And, I'll use the model to help me, find my gaps and help me that way. But I'm really just going to focus on being good and as good as I can and building that capability. And I don't care if this practice came from NIST or ISO or how it all came together. It's good that people did that work behind the scenes and didn't, reinvent the wheel. That's a good thing. But really just focus on goodness and being good at what you do, because, and I don't know, I always get people sometimes roll their eyes when I say that, because they're like, oh, it's kind of Pollyanna, just be as good as you can be, but I swear I've been doing this a long time. It really works. It's just like, just try to, don't worry about what anybody else says. Just be as good as you can be in your company, and you'll be closer than you think to being level 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever it is you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, no, I think that do the next right thing and you'll be amazed how kind of in hindsight you've done a bunch of right things, and it builds momentum. That kind of strikes an optimistic tone, and I think it's the correct one. I think that optimism actually is needed, and it leads me to my next question. With smaller companies, we often hear about the disadvantages, usually cost being the one that's bandied about the most. But do you think small companies have any advantages in terms of trying to meet CMMC?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, one of the beautiful things about about maturity models is that they're designed to be tailorable. And the CMMC isn't any different. It's designed to be tailorable. In other words, the evidence presented to determine whether a practice is satisfied in a 10-person company could very well be very different than the evidence presented in a 5,000-person company. And that's because the process doesn't need to necessarily be as rigorous. Or you take something like training in a 5-person company where everybody works in the same room. Training is a heck of a lot easier than, say, at Northrop Grumman, right? Mm-hmm. So smaller companies have the ability to define policy and process and deploy that much more quickly. And a lot of what's in a maturity model is process driven. It's how are we going to do this? So I call them how-ability models sometimes. It's like, how are we going to do these things, right? And it's, having a process is really just a 2-dimensional manifestation of the desired behavior, or how are we going to do it, right? So a model defines the how, and smaller companies can define and deploy the how much faster than larger companies. And so that's an advantage there, because the pre-work, in other words, the design and build portion of this project could be substantially smaller than, say, that it might be for Boeing, for instance, or even a 500-person contractor, which is still considered small. So the ramp up is most likely, and I keep hedging a little bit because there are situations that are more complex, but for the most part, smaller companies are going to have an easier time defining policy, defining process, doing training, doing quality, collecting metrics. All of those things are part of the CMMC. They're going to have an easier time rolling those things out than a really large company that doesn't have them, all things being equal, right? And the assessment effort and cost will be smaller also, because they have a much smaller implementation, a much smaller scope, much smaller enclave, for instance. So there are advantages to being a small company with something like this.
Yeah, and I think you tell me, but I think the model actually allows for and encourages that, right? There's a practicality, I think, built into the model around whether you're in the assessment phase, the implementation phase, the management phase, wherever you are in your journey. The model isn't pushing you to a standard that doesn't make sense for your business, I don't believe. I mean, I think it allows for what you just mentioned.
Well, there's an assessment guide that the DoD developed that sort of defines the internal meaning of each of the practices. But the nice thing about assessments versus audits is, audits are I always think of audits as sort of yes or no answers to things. And assessments are more like, how did you do that? And within the context of your environment, does that meet the standard? Right. And so, again, the 5-person context of having a daily meeting is very different than a 5,000-person context of having a meeting, right? We might probably have to have many meetings. So, there is a contextual nature to any kind of maturity model and to anything that's an assessment rather than an audit. And that's one of the reasons we chose the word assessment, because we wanted to convey, and we convey in the training also, that there's a contextualization based on the business environment and the goals and objectives of the organization that's important.
Yeah, and you mentioned the training again, and I've done this in the past too, and I'll put a plug out there for the RP training, the registered practitioner training. It's phenomenal. It's relatively inexpensive, and it's a great way to kind of get up to speed. And even if you're not interested in the inside baseball stuff, it gives you a great idea of the way to start to step into this, and it shows you that there are many ways to potentially step into this. There is not a way, and one size fits all.
Yeah, I think that's right. And, Ben Chubinay, who was the lead for that and the training committee, really did a great job putting the RP training together. And now we have professional staff working on the training, and they are coming out with some really new and interesting, exciting things in the RP program. So stay tuned for that for sure.
That's great. And last question, Jeff, you've been super generous with your time. I'd love to hear, and I really sincerely hats off to you and everyone on the board, past and present, or the accreditation body and in the ecosystem. I really think a lot of great work has gone into this by a lot of people who are still with the CMMC ecosystem and who aren't. And so almost 2 years into your journey with the CMMC accreditation body, what are you most encouraged by?
I'm most encouraged by the amount of conversations that are happening. It seems to dominate social media. It seems no matter what the conference is, they're talking about CMMC. I keynoted recently at a conference on retirement planning systems for state of Florida, and they had a whole day on CMMC. And it's like ISACA, who is they do a lot of cyber search, but they also do CMMI. Their conferences are dominated by CMMC. PMI, I just had a call to do a keynote at a PMI national symposium. Can you talk about CMMC? So it's like everybody's talking about CMMC, and I think that's fabulous because nobody was talking about cybersecurity 2 years ago. Nobody. And to the average American, cybersecurity is about, did my Target card information get stolen, right? And right around that time, nobody really realized that the Chinese government had a version of the F-35 that they got basically for free because they snatched it off, some servers on the internet. And when you think it through, or, some things that were going on with the smart grid, for instance, that's downright scary. And, so I'm so excited that everybody's talking about this now. And I mean, even my parents, they're 95 years old. My dad's like, should I get a new virus checker? Is mine working? And even with my own business, like we went through a massive upgrade this year on our cyber, how we store data and the CSP we're using and all of that, because it's constantly on our mind. So that's the most exciting part, I think.
Yeah, and it's wonderful actually to hear that, because you're right. People weren't talking about this a couple years ago. And what I love is that beyond talking about it, there's actual action. There's a lot of good stuff being done, and it's a credit to so many people in the community. It's the right thing for the country.
And I'm really excited to see some of these firms that have been struggling to get leadership attention, and because of that funding, are now just really, really doing great because they're getting the attention they need to be getting, and they're talking to the people they need to talk to because the customers want to talk to you. And I know, the cyber consulting is probably a little bit like process consulting in that it's not always easy to get, the CEO of the company to pick up the phone and talk about, hey, let's talk about process, or let's talk about cyber. But now they want to talk to you. They're calling the consultants now. So I think that's great.
Yeah, CMMC has given really companies the burning platform. I'm a former global CISO, and the biggest thing to my success as a CISO was executive support, and CMMC is the burning platform to go get executive support.
Yeah, and we're really working hard to try to keep everybody on the straight and narrow. And we often get calls saying, this company said this or this company did that, and we think that's wrong. And we take, if they're part of our ecosystem, we take action on that, and we get in the middle of it and say, you can't do that. And so, anytime there's this kind of burning platform at this scale, there's going to be, top performers and there's going to be bottom feeders, right? That's just, that's just the way this world works, right? Anybody who doesn't agree with that hasn't done it. And, I'm just hoping that, and I have it in the CMMI world too. We have top performers and we have bottom feeders, and we have all kinds of in the middle, of course. But, hopefully we'll be able to have mostly top performers, and we'll deal with the problems, as they come up.
No, I believe you will. Jeff Dalton, again, thank you so much for your time today. You're super generous. And, I think this is a great message for our audience. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. A great event. Appreciate it.
Last but certainly not least, the team at Microsoft will be presenting on their transformative technology that addresses CMMC compliance. Microsoft is continuously evolving their technology stack and partnerships to best meet the regulatory demands of CMMC. Partnering with Microsoft to enhance audit-ready solutions to our clients, CyberSheath recognizes Microsoft's expertise and advancement of future-proofing technologies. CyberSheath is a trusted member of Microsoft's Intelligent Security Association, Microsoft Cloud Solutions Provider, Microsoft Premier Support Partner, and Silver Partner. In addition, CyberSheath has had the privilege of becoming part of the select few official resellers for Microsoft GCC High and Office 365 GCC licensing. We would also like to take this time to thank Microsoft for their sponsorship of this year's CMMC Con.
Hello, how are you doing? My name is Phil West. I represent Microsoft and Microsoft CMMC strategy. I'm a director of modern work. So part of my goal is to talk about what we call our governance, risk, and compliance portfolio. And CMMC is the fourth stone right now of where we're actually showing the most interest in the community, and obviously the compelling events around CMMC certification. Through my email address on here, as well as my LinkedIn, I welcome folks to contact me if you've got questions, as well as for CyberSheath, given the fact that they are hosting this event, and we're very happy to be part of this today. I do want to cover today a few things. This is really kind of my outline. Number one, the impact that we're seeing on customers. What are customers feeling when it comes to CMMC? What are the goods and the bads? Where are the worries? And also, what's facing the customers in terms of challenges? Also, what are the Microsoft solutions that will support you? And I call it the CMMC journey, because what it is, it's really a destination that we're going to get to, let's say, for example, maturity level 3. So that's a part of a process we want to keep going over. And number one, we also want to acknowledge that just when we think we're there, just when we get certification, the clock starts ticking all over again. Finally, we're going to bring about some Microsoft resources, part of our software solutions, part of our auditing solutions that allow a customer to get ready and equip themselves to determining how they're going to meet their CMMC obligations. And then lastly, we'll finalize with next steps, where you can get more information from Microsoft, where you can download some additional assets, and then where you can get started on your specific journey. So let's get started. The impact on our customers. This is a graphic that comes from the CMMC accreditation body website, and it really says, where are we today? And again, I'm coming to you at the end of September in 2021. We're at a point now where we're seeing more and more accrediting assessment firms coming online. We've had a few announced already. A lot of others are in progress. We're going to see auditors coming online and getting their training and getting their certification so that they're ready to go out and meet our customers, you, in terms of how you're ready to be assessed for CMMC. We're also finalizing the CMMC accreditation details. So there's been lots of interesting things happening in the CMMC AB. There's been lots of discussions that we've been going through. We're actually pushing on a number of things where technology is actually advancing past some of our existing standards. And so as we talk about standards, we may have rules that we're inheriting from certain standards, let's say 853, that as they're trickling down, we find that in today's marketplace and today's technology, we actually are running into a situation where it's actually going to be important for us to make sure we address the new technology that's coming out and how that new technology actually is going to be crucial to CMMC. Here's another graphic from the AB. This talks about the OSC, the organizations that are seeking certification, what that timeline looks like. And it really is a cycle. It really is, how do I start where I'm at? Again, that journey. How do I start where I'm at and actually make it all the way around to the accreditation piece of it? How do I get ready from a preparation perspective? How do I go through assessments? How do I keep myself educated? How do I make sure I've got training and documentation and a number of other things? And as we know, just when I get my CMMC certification, I'm going to have to start the clock for 3 years to when I have to come back and do this again. So we want to make sure that our customers are prepared for this assessment and that we keep them prepared as we go through our cycles. This is our ladder approach. This is a graphic that we took from the CMMC AB on those ladders of CMMC maturity levels. CMMC is a maturity, a progression timeline. We're going to see that maturity level 3 is the sweet spot that we see a lot of our customer interest in right now. It's where the DoD contracts are concentrating. It's where the market is at. It's where technology is positioning itself. It's where a lot of our defense industrial base partners are seeing the need to get there quickly. And we're going to talk a little bit about what does it mean to get ready and be ready for that CMMC ML3 audit. Now, I talk about levels 1 and 2 on the slide here. I want people to know that these are progressive steps. So level 1 is some basic adherence to the FAR. Level 2 extends the FAR, looks at some of what's in 800-171, as well as the CMMC practices. Think about building a cake, okay? So we've got the actual cake pieces themselves, and we stack them on top of each other. Then we put the gooey icing in between them. So think about the cake pieces as the 800-171 requirements. The FAR is just the fact that we've got to have a cake plate sitting there to put something on. But now we're building these cake pieces, the actual cake itself, and we're putting the CMMC icing in between them. So we're building on top of a progression. So obviously, if we're building a cake, if the bottom of the cake is soft, it's gooey, it's not done, whatever, you can see where the cake is going to fall, it's going to have problems. So we have to build a foundation up. We're lathering CMMC on top of this. The goal, temporarily right now, is level 3, which is a good cyber hygiene perspective. And I've highlighted just one little note here. Not only do we expect you to have a FAR and be ready for that, you got to have that cake plate. We expect that you've got all of 800-171 ready to go. You're already in compliance with that. That's a CMMC maturity level 3 prereq, if you will. Now that means, well, I've got all my cakes baked. I got all the pieces put into place. They're all perfect. No problems, no bubbles, no air, no nothing. They're ready to go. Now, what we're seeing with a real customer in cases is that we are still in a situation where 800-171 has some deficits in that organization. That's okay, it's understandable, but realize that the CMMC level of effort that everybody keeps talking about makes some assumptions that you've already got these prereqs done. So we'll show you later on how you can assume, if I don't have everything ready, let's give me a health check all the way from the ground up, all the way from 800-171, all the way up into the CMMC space. Let's make sure I'm ready for that. I just want to call that out because, again, that's if you read CMMC documentation, if you read anything in the trade rags, they're going to talk a lot about, hey, CMMC is only this much extra. And understand that's an accurate statement, but they've got some prereqs, some assumptions in there. And 800-171 revision 1 compliance, as well as further updates, that's kind of part and parcel to the prereqs. Now, I also want to talk about CMMC as it spills outside of the DoD. We all know the CMMC history. Department of Defense Acquisition has a mandate across the defense industrial base supply chain. So this is cybersecurity supply chain mandate, specifically around controlled unclassified information. This is a scenario where we are actually mandated as defense industrial base partners to make sure we're protecting any of that CUI information. To also make sure that we're doing it in a way that is not only protecting it, but it's actually auditing, have accountability. I've got a trail. I know what's happening and I'm able to control that. And I'm also able to document all this. Now, I keep using the word we. Now, in fact, Microsoft itself is subject to CMMC. We actually have a division in Microsoft that is actually working as a defense industrial base supply chain entity in terms of building product, building applications, building solutions, and they are subject also to CMMC. So Microsoft gets routine audits, and we start looking at these audits. So we've actually gone through pre-assessment audits. They're coming back. We're kind of a guinea pig, so to speak. We walk through these in conjunction with the ABs to try to figure out how do we maintain the posture inside of Microsoft, not necessarily on the product side, but on our sales side, our defense industrial base customer facing side. So I keep saying we, and there's a reason behind it. I will say this, CMMC has become the template that is becoming so popular. I think they're actually using CMMC kind of like we use the term Kleenex. You know, if you want a tissue, you need to blow your nose, everybody gets a Kleenex. Well, now CMMC is becoming that. It's a specified name, but it's becoming almost an umbrella type architecture and model. So we're seeing this outside of the DoD. We're seeing it in the Department of Homeland Security, the GSA. We're seeing it across other countries. I'm actually getting involved with other international organizations that want to stand up something very similar to CMMC inside their government organizations. So we're seeing CMMC kind of becoming that template, maybe that de facto standard. Not necessarily always swizzling to the DoD's part of it, but actually just looking at that cyber hygiene progression with requirements underneath and some sort of checks and balances. We're actually seeing the recent executive orders that are coming out. Again, we're in the late September timeframe. You can just look back, you can rewind just a couple, 3 months. All of a sudden you see the supply chain issues coming up over and over again. You see the executive orders coming out, specifically targeting this. So what we believe, again, we're taking some documentation here, but what we believe is we're going to see this same template being used in multiple places. So as we talk about this, we want to make sure that you're not only thinking about this from your Department of Defense, DIB supply chain, but if you have interest outside of the DIB, this is actually going to start affecting that business as well. We want to make sure that you're aware of this and that you're also properly positioned to take advantage of this. Again, part of this is really, how do I get prepared to do an audit? How do I get prepared for my organization to become ready to transact business? This is a requirement. So we want to make sure if you're ready for CMMC, we want you to also make sure at the bottom of your checklist is you're preparing for non-DoD requirements as well that might be coming down and hitting your organization. So let's talk about a little bit about the Microsoft solutions that we want to address the CMMC journey. Again, we're calling it a journey. I want to be very clear. Just purchasing a product, no matter who you buy it from, does not get you CMMC Material Level 3 certification. It's not just, hey, I bought it, let me show you my receipt, I'm good to go. That's not the case. This is about how you use those solutions to really make your business a DIB-ready business. So we're going to see this, for example, in the next slide. We talk about this. NIST 800, 171, and now 172 fit just inside of what we call the CMMC framework. We developed this graphic. The left-hand side are the maturity level numbers. Right-hand side are kind of the maturity level taglines. And what we see in the middle is we see a lot of customers, especially level 1, level 2, it's, hey, I've got to get ready for the FAR, assuming you're already done there. I've got to make sure I'm handling FCI, the federal contract information. And then we start looking at that top layer, and we're seeing that DFARS and ITAR are coming into play. CUI is really relevant there. That's CMMC's forefront, is getting ready to and protecting CUI. And then the NIST standards and how they are building upon one another. So we talk about this and we talk about this supply chain going up. Now, one of the reasons I'm mentioning this is, again, it's September 2021. You might be saying, Phil, I've only got so many contracts. I've got this contract. This is what it says. I've got 3 contracts, different agencies. These are the requirements I've got. And I tell people this. I've yet to have a customer come to me and say, you know what, Phil, I'm actually going to decrease my security posture. I actually think this is overblown. It's overrated. I'm actually going to decrease it. What I am seeing is I've got to get ready for tomorrow. And that's why we want to make sure you're ready. Is getting ready for tomorrow is crucial. This is a business cycle. It's a certification cycle, but it's also a scenario where what you're doing today in the CMMC market might be a glimpse of where you want to go. So you might be looking at bidding on additional contracts, higher level contracts, potentially more lucrative contracts that might have a higher escalating CMMC requirement. I think we all know there's level 4 and level 5. We all know what the cycle looks like for that. That's an aspirational goal for many of us, but it's also a scenario that we realize at some point in time, the bar, the watermark is going to start creeping up. So we believe that CMMC level 3 is that bar line right now that we have to get super prepared for. And again, as I mentioned before, if I can get prepared for that, for defense industrial base, for CUI data, then I'm also ready and have a preparation and a plan for how do I address this for non-CUI, things like civilian defense agency issues. For example, if I'm doing contracting amongst any of those. So I'm going to go here and show you the shared responsibility model. If you're familiar with CMMC, you're going to have heard this term many times before. This really has, on the left-hand side, kind of a mechanism of trying to determine where does the risk lie and who takes ownership of it. It's like a responsibility matrix, if you will. So we have one color coding that's very much light blue. That's the provider side. We have a middle, which is kind of this 2-color combo. That's actually shared responsibilities where it has a requirement that we both meet. We're doing certain parts together. And then there's the dark blue, which is basically all up to the customer. So you can see, we've actually looked at this several times in the cloud model. When you talk about on-prem, when you talk about going to IaaS or PaaS or SaaS services. But this same shared responsibility model is crucial in CMMC. I mentioned before, you can't just buy a product and all of a sudden you're ready to go. Number one, just buying a product doesn't even get you close to getting ready to be certified. And it's no guarantee of certification. Certification is between the AB and that certifying auditor and your organization. Microsoft can do certain things to help you on that way, give you certain levels of infrastructure adherence that allow you to build on top of that. And that's where that shared responsibility model really comes in. It's one of those things I tell people, you're the one being audited. So unfortunately, you're the one that's also going to have to be handling what's happening in my network, what's changing, how do I document that, how do I make preparations. One of the things I keep thinking about here is, hey, what happens when you have some administrator that is reassigned to another project, they leave the company, they get promoted doing something else. How much cleanup work are you doing? That's very crucial. We can't just forget about, hey, we've got organizations and, we've got entities that have rights and they might be in different roles in the organization. They might not even be with the company anymore. So there's always going to be a determining factor that Microsoft can help you with tools, but we can't drive the car for you. If we're building a car here, Microsoft has a responsibility to build a safe automobile with safety features, but it's always the driver's responsibility to drive safely, obey the laws, fill up with gas, and change the oil. The regular routine maintenance and ongoing process is crucial. This is an example of a shared responsibility model for Office 365. So according to the NIST, we have organizational delineations here. So an organization's responsibility versus Microsoft's responsibility. You can see where Microsoft has a great responsibility to provide the underpinning, the infrastructure for the shared responsibility model. But Microsoft doesn't have 100% ownership or control of this. For example, Microsoft, you may have a certain requirement that you have in a contract. Certain Microsoft clouds might adhere to that. They might have that built into that product or built into that cloud offering. And if they don't, it's up to you to make up the difference. So if you choose a cloud offering that doesn't offer a certain specification, certain compliance rating, then we have something we call compensating controls. And CMMC is like, okay, perfect. If you don't have X, how do you get to something that looks like X? And X is like, for example, on the CMMC requirements, it's the domain, the level, and the index that we're talking about here. So if you're required to do something like multi-factor authentication, really a baseline, everybody needs it. But if you elect not to use Microsoft's tool, perfect. What tool are you going to use? And so it's an important piece that you've got to piece in those puzzles. You got to fill in the gaps to get ready for that assessment. You don't have to use our tool, but you have to use something. And that's a requirement that says, hey, if you don't get it from us, because it's baked in, then you have to figure out how you're getting it from somewhere else. And then you document that part. That's a really crucial piece of this. I keep talking about documenting. We really haven't covered the fact that you really are going to need what we call a security plan, an SSP document. You're going to need like the operating manual for your network to say, hey, this is what we're using in terms of security. This is how we're doing it. This is how we're documenting it. And more importantly, this is why it's important to us. So I'm going to show you a few of the offerings for the clouds. We have 4 cloud offerings. Now, basically, these are multiple iterations and flavors of the M365 cloud. So in Microsoft's term, we have an M365 cloud that happens to come in 4 iterations, soon to be more. We have one that's called a worldwide or a commercial iteration. We have something called GCC, Government Community Cloud. We also have something called GCC-H, GCC High, and then we also have the DoD cloud, again, specifically relegated to DoD agencies. You can see that there are some compliance pieces in here. And in fact, I'm going to show you another blue matrix that's hopefully going to allow you to understand what are the differences between these individual clouds. So this is a documented case study that we've done on compliance differentiation. Pretty soon later on, we'll actually get to a couple links. You'll be able to find this. This is on our tech community. So if you go to that tech community link, you'll be able to find this. This is the compliance comparison between clouds. So what I've done here is I'm talking about M365 capabilities. And you can see I have columns for commercial, GCC, high, and then DoD. For today's discussion, we're going to ignore the DoD side over there. On the capabilities side, these are some of the specific questions that get asked. Number one, who can obtain a service? By the way, not just anybody can sign up for government services. Now, we have to audit this. We have to account for it. You have to be eligible. Where do you have your data centers? How do you handle specific requirements around things like FedRAMP or ITAR? And then finally, how do you handle who owns that data center? In other words, where's the data center located? How is it managed? How is it operated? And what are the requirements on those individuals? So I'm going to go down the left-hand side just to kind of give you an idea. I've highlighted some of those things, but I'm going to talk about, number one, customer eligibility. One of the first things we have to do in Microsoft, if you're looking for government services, which would be GCC, GCC High in this case, if you're looking for those, we have to do an eligibility check. That means that you've been authenticated as having access or the right to use government services on behalf of a contract that you hold. Now, in CMMC, you may not have that contract yet. Remember, CMMC, we have to get ready. We have to get everything created and audited before we can actually sign for bidding on a contract, much less taking actions in that contract. So we use a service like SAM.gov, which is the acquisition management recording. It's like a yellow pages of all the people that do business. And in the SAM.gov entry, we'll actually determine, are you eligible? You have a cage code, for example. That gives us a signal that you've already been vetted and it's ready to go. And what we can do is say, we gave it to XYZ company. We gave them this sort of government services tenant. And this is why, because they had this cage code. We go down and we're actually going to see things like data center locations. So we have on the left hand, the columns that we've got there for commercial and GCC, you can see that those actually sit on Azure Commercial. This is Azure Worldwide, Azure Global. So in terms of that, the data center locations, for example, for anything that's in generic commercial is inside the US as well as outside the US. Now, if you're a GCC, if you have that tenant structure, you can request CONUS only. And in fact, that's the default. Your data stays CONUS, continental United States. Same thing with GCC High and obviously DoD. The difference, by the way, here is that on the right-hand side, GCC High as well as DoD, those are separate data centers. They're not part of Azure Global. They're not part of our worldwide data center architecture. They are specific buildings and structures that sit inside of CONUS, inside the United States soil and property, that are also, by the way, housed by US citizens. So these are US personnel that are restricted. So in some cases, those are cleared persons, especially because they have to manage the DoD cloud as well. They have to have certain cleared capabilities. And so this is really important. This is one of those things that I keep getting questions about a lot. So if I look at the highlighted pieces of it, obviously CUI is a big thing. How do I protect CUI? Now, if I'm looking at CUI and CDI, controlled defense information, and I'm looking at that as CMMC levels 3 through 5, you can see that GCC has a yes with a caret. There's a caveat. There's a caveat associated with that is that there are CUI capabilities that you have to then use compensating controls to manage. So as I mentioned before, that shared responsibility model, there's only so much that GCC is going to give you in terms of protecting and controlling CUI, and you're going to have to then create your own policies, procedures, your data, if you want to do data sequestering or anything like that. So that's kind of the role that plays. Now, if I move to GCC High, because it is a separated data center with separated personnel, my CUI capabilities are much higher. The ability that you inherit from having a dedicated data center posture is that you have CMMC level 3 capabilities that they're a lot more robust. One of them, to go down one line, is ITAR. If you have a no foreign national requirement, or ITAR or EAR maybe, on any of your contracts, that's a requirement that you protect that entity only to US citizens. The data that's used there is US citizen control. Since GCC High lives in a data center construct that is only in the United States, it's only manned and staffed by US persons, then we can actually have an ITAR amendment to a contract that says, hey, you're buying a structure in GCC High that has an infrastructure below it where we know it's all inside the United States, it's all US persons that are always accessing your tenant. So nobody has access to your tenant. And by the way, when I say that, I don't mean that we're poking through your emails or looking through your SharePoint. I draw the analogy, it's almost like a balloon, okay? You can blow up a balloon. You can see how big it gets, how much air is going in or out, but you can't see inside the balloon. And that's very similar to how we operate in our government clouds, which is, and any of our clouds, is that we don't really see what's inside. Now, the fact that a tenant might grow in size, you might be adding users, you might be having a lot of data, that might be a signal to somebody that, hey, XYZ company has got a big contract. Well, that's personal information. That's customer information in Microsoft size. That's something that's unique to you that should not be shared outside. And therefore, just the size of your balloon or the growth rate of your balloon or the shape of it or whatever you want to think about is also protected information. That's kind of metadata. And we want to make sure that we're protecting that as well. That's important. And then finally, we think about some of these others. We think about how do we handle from a person's perspective as well. So again, from a support perspective, it's all US based. From a, when I say support, I'm also talking about operations, administration, management, provisioning, the back end service of making sure the server connections are correct, making sure that the network is up. All the administrative pieces are all US persons. So just wanted to kind of draw an analogy there. Get a lot of questions on this and wanted to kind of draw a little bit of an analogy here that if you've seen this slide before, if you haven't, there's a long article on our tech community authored by Richard Wakeman. And it goes into excruciating details on what each of these means. And it shows a progression of this slide that builds out left to right. Now I want to talk a little bit about Microsoft resources that are specifically designed for you to take advantage of on your CMMC journey. So we have what we call the CMMC Acceleration Program. This was launched in 2020 as a accelerator program to allow customers, the defense industrial-based customers, to get a kickstart on CMMC. CMMC really didn't see a lot of the light of day until January of 2020. So here we are, September of 2021, roughly, let's say 20 months later. We've actually seen a situation where we've done the first round of accelerators. We did a new update as it posted in January of this. This is a curated topic. So we developed this package and we have major updates to the package. So the last major update was, for example, in January 2021. We're always doing minor updates. So we're already adding some of these things in. And what you'll see is there's a capability. You can go to the website. I'll give you that at the very end of the presentation, where you can get the CMMC Accelerator Kit. You can understand things like Microsoft product placemats, the Azure Sentinel workbooks, Compliance Manager, the blueprints, our Azure Security Benchmark capabilities. And I'm going to walk through a few of these for you. Don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to kind of hit the highlights of what these look like. And again, for more information, you'll be able to get that from the direct links. So now we talk about the Microsoft CMMC product placemat. This is a free Excel download for anybody. You go to this URL, AKAMS, CMMC product placemat. This is an Excel file that allows you to make a few decisions about what potential Microsoft products you're interested in. And then we map it to CMMC Maturity Level 3. We actually map it out to say, these are specific products and this is where they light up the placemat. So first of all, on the left, you can see the first one we do is we make a service panel discussion. What are the service pane discussion? What do we do in terms of what products, what services from Microsoft are we interested in? And for just example's sake, I chose all. You can then whittle it down if you've got Microsoft 365 E3, if you've got E5. If you just want to look at certain services, you can turn everything off and then go down this line of operational pieces and services here and turn them on one by one if you want to. For this example, I chose all. And then I looked at the practices. Remember before I mentioned, probably have some customers that don't have complete adherence to 800.171. So maybe I want to look from a practice perspective of just show me where I've got 800.171 problems because I know I need to go fix them first. Or I think I'm good on 800.171. I just want to look at the new CMMC practices that layer on. Remember, icing on the cake? Well, I'm choosing all practices because this is basically the worst case scenario is I got to make sure of all these things, where do I have a place in the Microsoft solution set, the portfolio, to address these? So I've turned all services on. I've looked at all restricted practices. For example, every rule I've got to go adhere to. And as you can see over here, it lights up the screen. Lights up in blue for things that are directly addressed with Microsoft first-party responsibilities. Then in yellow, it talks about secondary responsibilities. In other words, there may not be a Microsoft product that does a specific function, but it can be used to do a function. And there's a nuance to that. For example, you can set up a lot of things in SharePoint controls just by looking at how do I do restrictions on groups and so forth. Now, Microsoft doesn't give you a create me a CMMC group and do all this. I have tools that can perform those functions. It's just not a CMMC button on the tool that says, go do this directly. You can see here, and I apologize for the small numbering, you can see that just by turning on all the services in Microsoft 365 E5, as well as Azure Security, you're able to address about 80% of what's required in CMMC Level 3. Just a note, by the way, little white boxes are also in domains that might be above 3. So you might have a domain access control. Access control .1, .2, .3, .4, .5, for example. And if you're going for maturity level 3, you don't have to worry about the level 4 and 5 requirements. So understand this is really highlighted for CMMC level 3. It gives you all of them, allows you to even click on a cell and pull up a description of, hey, here's what this really means. And here's how you have to go about adhering to it. So it gives you kind of a primer that says, hey, if you're looking at multi-factor authentication, if that's under a specific domain, you can look at it and say, hey, by the way, if you choose all over here, or onesie, twosie, however you want to, hey, have I hit multi-factor authentication yet? If I have, it'll tell me this is exactly the primary product and solution that addresses it. And here might be some secondary ones. Now, MFA is pretty cut and dry, but there could be scenarios here where, hey, there's a primary product that does this, but there's also ancillary products. So if you have a requirement, you may have compensating controls that you have to implement yourself using some of these other services. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to show you another tool, and that is the M365 Compliance Manager. So once you actually have, and again, the product placemat is how do I plan? What products do I think about? What products do I maybe intend to buy? Once I have those M365 products in-house, now let's do a quick check on have I configured them properly for a specific type of compliance requirement. Now, you might think about, well, Phil, there's tons of compliance requirements out there. CMMC is not the only one. Exactly. So what we have is something called templates. Templates work in Microsoft Compliance Manager to say, hey, if you're worried about GDPR, throw the GDPR template on there, run it against your organization, and determine, do you have all of your products and services set up properly to adhere to GDPR? One of the things we also do is if you buy the E5 level for government and it's in your tenant, you can actually get the Compliance Manager templates for CMMC levels 1 through 5. You can get those as part of your CMMC Compliance Manager. So you can actually take those Compliance Manager templates, run a CMMC self-assessment, and determine where are you missing. This is a great tool in using M365 that you can actually say, before I call in a consultant, which is expensive, before I go ever talking to an auditor, I want to make sure I got all my ducks in a row. Let's get all the easy stuff out of the way. Let's dig into some of the harder stuff. And then maybe that means I bring in a consultant. Maybe I bring in a service. Maybe I bring in some expertise like CyberSheath to say, hey, help me figure out where I've got these dials and widgets and how I need to make sure this is fine-tuned. So that part of the product is actually part of what we call our premium templates. And again, for government level 5, M365 E5 for government, those actual templates are actually included at no additional cost. So you can actually run your own self-assessment, run it periodically, run it repetitively, like that iteration. Let's clean up the mess, figure out where we've got other mess, prioritize it, keep cleaning up. And then when we get to a point where it might be deep in terms of technical or configuration issues, maybe that's when we can pull in a consultant to help us get started. So this is the M365 capability to try to match up with those individual compliance manager requirements. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to jump over to the Azure equivalent to this. That's called Azure Security Benchmark. Now this looks at Azure services. Again, we have customers that only have Azure. We have customers that only have M365. Therefore, there are two tools. And by the way, there is a timeline to start bringing these under an Uber tool. But for right now, there's an Azure security tool. It's a benchmark. It's already part of your Azure subscription. You can already start running it. It's the default security policy engine. Again, from an Azure perspective, you're going to have policies that are set up. If this happens, when this happens, if you see this, do certain things and monitor this. There are also what we call benchmark templates that exist here, and there are CMMC benchmark templates that are being developed that would roll out for example, level 3. Hey, this is what I'm doing in my Azure workspace. So I'm doing things like Azure security. I'm securing virtual machines. I've got a test dev or DevOps environment. I want to secure that. There's a number of iteration and tools that are really designed to help you move forward in that journey. Again, this is a journey. So these are iterative processes. We want to make sure that you're doing these on a routine basis. This also helps you. Remember that SSP document? This is going to help you populate that SSP document with, hey, if you're supposed to do X, are you doing it? how are you doing it? And it also is very crucial for how you would operate a network to say, this is how we write our operator procedure manuals. This is who our SOC would go back to if they wanted to know, wait a minute, I see this. What do I go do to configure that? I've had somebody leave the company. How do I delete them? I've had a new project come on board. How do I create a new project space with the security requirements that are specific to that contract? So again, from a Microsoft services, I've only touched a portion of all the services that help you get prepared for security model level 3. There's a number of Microsoft 365 services around security, compliance, identity management, collaboration, as well as Azure's discrete offerings, Azure Security, Azure Defender for the servers, whether that be an on-premise server, whether it be a server that is hosted in Azure Cloud. We have Security Center capabilities that can monitor multiple clouds, so not just Azure, but also that A and maybe that G thing we've heard about. We also have Dynamics 365, which is the customer relationship management tool. We have that available in government services offerings as well. That's an important capability that you may be considering if you're looking at how do you handle and manage your FCI, that federal contract information. And then we also have GitHub. We have a special iteration of GitHub, runs in the Azure government cloud structure, and it's really designed for that secure DevOps role. So as you're thinking about developing tools, managing them tools, as well as managing that bill of materials, that secure bill of materials you have to deal with, these are tools that allow you to use Microsoft services in conjunction to get you ready and then keep you ready. Remember, when I started out, I said, listen, we're going to try to get you ready, but we also know keeping you ready for that iterative certification loop is very, very crucial. It's very important. So now we're going to go on to another topic where we finalize with just some of these URLs I was mentioning before. So I mentioned the CMMC Accelerator Program Update. There is an AKA link, aka.ms, CMMC Acceleration Program Update. There's a main Microsoft CMMC site where we host a number of blog posts, a number of reference materials, recorded video sessions. I've got a few sessions up there. There are also other materials, as well as how do you get in contact. So that's aka.ms/CMMC. Fairly easy to remember. Tried to make it really short. We do have also a kind of a contact me form, which is at aka.ms/CMMC/contact us. And that is kind of a solution that we put together, building these URLs out so that we realize, number one, we want to make sure that customers are aware of where they are in the journey, and that Microsoft is able to help them move themselves on the journey and get prepared for maybe the marathon that we're going to run, where we run around the track multiple times. And every 3 years, we're going to come into a situation of, wait a minute, we've got to get ready for a certification. We don't want that to be a last-minute preparation step. We want that to be an ongoing, very minimal exposure in terms of time and effort and energy, so that you're always ready, so that you never have to scramble to get all your SSP updated, everything ready, all your stuff locked down, everything labeled or relabeled or reclassified. You're already ready to do that. You've already got that concisely done and documented so that you're ready for the next phase of this. Because as I mentioned before, CMMC is a piece of the journey. CMMC can become a non-DoD template that gets applied. I already mentioned Department of Homeland Security and GSA. I mentioned international organizations doing this. We see states looking to incorporate this. We're looking at this obviously across all of manufacturing. We're seeing folks that are coming in from financial services, from healthcare, who are doing business on behalf of or with the federal government, who also need this. So this CMMC is an expanding solution set. It's a requirement to do business, but it's also very important that we are securing that CUI that is so crucial to enabling and informing our troops as they do their most crucial mission. In a time where cybersecurity is in the news, not in a good way, but we want to be there and be active so that we're able to take advantage of the solutions that Microsoft is able to provide for you and then help you on that journey. And I want to challenge you for one thing, is to start reading up some additional information on our CMMC blog. Look at our stance, look at our capabilities, look at the differences in our clouds. You will find some unique features in those cloud offerings that you don't see anywhere else. The reason is these cloud offerings were purpose-built for governments. They were designed specifically. Data centers were built from the ground up, or in some cases, underwater, specifically to house that type of infrastructure that is ready to meet the needs of government entities, both from DoD as well as Defense Industrial Base, and then expanding beyond DoD into what we are now looking at as our secret and top secret clouds. So again, I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that you enjoy this CMMC Con conference. And thank you very much to CyberSheath for inviting me to join you. Thank you.
I'm Julie Parisi, and it's been my pleasure to host this year's CMMC Con. Now I'm going to hand it off to founder and CEO of CyberSheath, Eric Noonan.
You made it to the end of CMMC Con 2021, but before you leave, please join me in congratulating Kathy M. from Firetrace Aerospace, who was our CMMC Black Belt raffle winner. Kathy will be getting in touch with you to give you your prize. Great job, and great job to everybody who participated in that pre-training. We're happy to make that available to you. For those who made it all the way through to the end, again, hats off to you. We hope we accomplished our mission today, which was to meet your requirements around being more secure and furthering you along in your journey to compliance. I want to thank Microsoft, our platinum sponsor, for all the support they gave us today and all the support they give our nation and the defense industrial base day in, day out. I want to thank all of our wonderful speakers who donated their time today to be a part of this event. And finally, last but certainly not least, the 1,500 plus of you in the audience today who took time out of your schedule to make your companies more secure and more compliant. Hats off to you, true patriots. Thank you so much for joining us this year at CMMC Con 2021.